Hey, what's good, everybody? Had to make a few adjustments to my microphone. Can y'all hear me? What's up? What's good, fam G? Black Light, Jesse 99. I see y'all. Yellow Crystal Warrior. What's good? What's good, Frenchie Kush, David Roca, Corona. What's good, y'all? Who else we got? Jason Martinez, Mo Messeron, Ricky Bugatti. What's up, brother? Flatlander Montgomery, what's good? Demar Isaacs, Bobby Gunati. I see y'all out there in the chat room. Let me open up this Hangouts and everything. So I tried to use headphones now, but I was told by so many people that it'll help the sound quality. So trying headphones for a minute. I don't really like them, but hey, if it helps the quality, that's what's up. So welcome back, everybody. And of course, you know that we have a show today with Santos Bonacci. Well, I have some good and bad news, guys, but I want to show and prove. And we want to also, so I don't know how many of you can see this message. I tell you what I'll do, I'll make this bigger. Let's do that. Let's make this bigger real quick. So how everybody doing? I'm gonna open up this panel in a minute. Glad to be back in the building. Flat power to you all. I don't know if I'm doing right now, but I think I can blow this up simply by doing a little trick here. And that ought to do it. Oh yeah, we can work with that. Cool. All right, yeah. So what's good? Who else we got? T May, Nanichi. I see y'all. We in the building. But I just got to bear some bad news for y'all and some good news. Say y'all want the bad news first. Shout out to my brother Bo Jackson. Flat power, my brother. Thank you for the donation, Bo. Thank you for your continued support, man. And thank all of you. Hey guys, it's a lot I'm gonna talk about. Despite the fact that me and Santos Bonacci gonna have to reschedule because he got a serious toothache. It started flaring up on him today. So you can see here we scheduled for 4:30 Pacific time. And he said, okay, thank you. So I had the countdown going, but I received this at 9:30 a.m., but I didn't get it until about 1 o'clock or 12 o'clock because I didn't even go on to my Facebook till later. But nevertheless, we are going to do that. That's the good news. Bad news is, man, a toothache is a bitch. And to the brother Santos, I hope you get better. So he did send me this message, and as you can see, I'll read it to you all who are in here already. He said, hey, bro Sanchez, just giving you a heads up. I have a toothache and it's 2:30 a.m. I'm in lots of pain and can't sleep. If I don't get any sleep, I will have to cancel the show as I can't work without sleep. I think it's best I cancel and I will make it up to you another time when I get this tooth fixed. Please say sorry to your listeners as I know you have already advertised it, but please, I'm sure this is not going to get better till I fix it. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. To Santos Bonacci, my listeners, they're not going to be mad at you. We totally understand how life go and that we have to reschedule sometime. And I do have a bunch of mature followers. We understand. But I appreciate you for being willing to collab because it's a lot of questions I have for him. I'm sure y'all do. So nevertheless, even though he can't make it, we're going to continue and we can talk about this stuff because I know y'all saw my recent video. But before I do that, let me say shout out to my brother Fam G. Fam G, thank you for the donation, my brother. That's another one of my brothers who do the music and everything. Shout out to MC Black Gold. I'm gonna have to play some of your music at some point. I'm glad I thought about it. Again, shout out to the brother Fam G. I'm about to open this panel up for all of y'all, but I did want to show this and be, be the bearer of this news. So we're going to continue with it. I know y'all saw the previous video I put up on brosancheztv dealing with the Tree of Life North Pole. If you haven't saw that, then what you waiting on? We're going to talk about that today because I know many of y'all probably had some questions on it. So yeah, sorry about the whole Santos Bonacci thing. We are rescheduling it. And we will let everybody know because we do have some people late. And we'll let everybody know what went down. But it's all good. We're going to reschedule that with the brother. So, hold on. What the hell? So what's good, people? Let's talk about that video, and I'm going to put some slides up, and we're going to get back into it. And everybody that's joining us, let them know the bad news that Santos Bonacci has a toothache, and he'll be joining us soon as he get well with that. Shout out to him. I got a funky little thing going on with my screen here. What's going on? Okay, cool. So yeah, I got the Hangouts link out there for everybody. Let me get a one in the chat room if you saw that recent video that I did on Bro Sanchez TV dealing with the third eye and a tree of life. Okay, cool. That's what's up. If you want to jump up here and ask any questions about that video, go ahead and click that Hangouts link and we can talk about it because I know it was a lot of stuff said or just anything you guys want to talk about. I just really wanted to let everybody know that Santos Bonacci does have a toothache and we're going to have to reschedule. Glad to be back in the building with all of y'all. Let me see here. Let me find something that I wanted to bring up for a minute. Give me a minute, guys. Who do we have here? DeMar. What's up, DeMar? How you doing?
Not much, no. Just here chilling, Yeah. I have this question. I always like think about it, like for people who like I normally dream stuff, and then like it happens like say 2 weeks, sometimes a month after, 3 months after, 6 months after. Sometimes it takes like a year for it to happen, and it's like it's like it's spooky sometimes because it's weird, you know. It's like I'm in the future and then back again to the present. You know what I mean? So see if you know anything about those visions.
Yes, sir, I do. I can kind of build there with you because I can relate to it myself. Um, you just mean the fact that when we're in these different places in our sleep, you kind of feel like you're in more than one place at one time, sort of like you split.
Yeah, and then like anything that happens in a dream, it happens in real time, the exact same way.
You can't distinguish the dream from the
Yeah,
real reality.
yeah, it's a,
That reveals a lot about the human being, and I'm glad you brought that up. We're gonna deal with it right now, but I'm using headphones right now, and I want to let everybody know out there. Am I getting a double echo because my audio waves showing that I'm getting a double echo? If my audio is good right now, that let me know that I got all of my wires running through right and that we good to go and we're gonna have a good show. Flat power. So give me a one out there if my audio sound right now. Oh, cool. So look, what he's saying is very deep because I think that everything happened in microcosm and macrocosm. And what I mean by that is just like when we're in the dream world, we don't we can't distinguish the dream from the real reality. Just like we in this life and we can't distinguish this life from what happens after death. What we say is the spiritual or the real reality. It's a microcosm. The basically what's going on here is you exist in all of these realms as a continuum. But right now, while the human is in the flesh, what they said right now, while the human is in the flesh, we basically are. It's like a covenant, as above, so below. Just like the earth is a what we perceive as a physical structure, a physical cosmos that's made out of all of these different elements, even some we can't even detect with our senses because they so subtle, so less dense. But we know that these invisible realms make up this so-called earth physical realm, correct? So what I'm saying is the same thing with the human. For you to be here, you come from that invisible realm, and you are basically a result of all of those elements combining to mold you in your mother's womb and bring you from the invisible realm and fashion you in her womb when all of those invisible elements come through. This is alchemy because it's syncretism as well. And basically you can look at it this way. When you're not in the flesh, you still exist in all of those realms, but you become split. The body is a bond or a covenant, just like the earth is a symbiotic relationship of all of these things, and they all have to marry each other for earth to have a structure. In other words, if you take away all of the water, earth will fall apart. If you take away just the air, earth will fall apart. All of these things have to mesh together to even make earth, just like all of these things have to mesh together to form the human body. All of these elements come together to solidify you in the womb. So what I'm saying is, before that happens, you're always trying to get back to this plane because it's a microcosmic relationship where you need the earth and the earth need you. This is where existence take place. So when you're not here in the flesh, you're getting back here and you're actually split. When you leave the body, your body decompose, and all of those elements that had a covenant or a bond that solidified you in the womb go back their separate ways. You become split. And what happens then is there's a journey to remarry the self in the womb of another mother. So what happens is you exist in a form of a sperm cell in your daddy's scrotum. At the same time, you exist as an egg in your mother's womb. And the journey of you is to remarry the egg with the sperm. That's all you. You are the sperm cell in your daddy's scrotum at the same time being the egg in your mother's womb. And the Cupid, the law of attraction, based on this magnetic vortex, this magnetism that the woman has, you always gonna be drawn back to that womb, that vortex. That sperm gonna always be drawn back to that egg. That penis gonna always be drawn back to that Venus or that vagina. That sperm get drawn to that egg. That's attraction. The egg is attract. You are on a journey to remarry the self, the yin with the yang, and this all happens in your own time, and you're now the serpent. So just to fall back, I'm gonna let y'all build on it, but I can pull some slides up to go deeper in this. I'm actually working on a 2 hour long presentation as we speak that's gonna deal with this. So basically, to answer you, my brother Demar, in the dream state, it show you another microcosm of the transitioning state. Because at the same time, see, all of this is taking place at the same time. The reality we live in is meshed together and woven together in clips. We see in clips based on us blinking. You don't see life as one big wave, one big video movie. You see life in clips. You have to transfer in between seeing and unseeing in a form of blinking, like the old projectors that show the movie in different clips. That's how we see reality. And these different clips that we have in between eye blinks go into the subconscious in the form of a picture frame, and it translate the symbol. It don't have nothing to do with the dialogue. The dialogue is what they throw you away with. The subconscious translate the life in picture frames or clips or blinks. And also in big picture frames when you go to sleep every night for 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours. So you don't see life as one big video. You losing different parts of life based on you going back to that primordial source or that darkness. Now, when you go there, it don't end, no, Demar, because even in your dream, you're blinking and sleeping, even in a dream. So it's a continuum. You existing in all of these realms, and every one of them is woven together. And each one is just as real as the next. So it's the creator having a microcosm experience. So the earth is the heart chakra of the creator. And in order for us to live in balance on the earth, everything in this realm got to act out of the heart chakra with compassion, and the heart chakra being in the center dealing with balance. But I'm gonna fall back, and I know y'all probably have questions and everything. I know I can get kind of long-winded explaining this stuff.
Yeah. I mean, the funny part of it, is like when I was in 8th grade, I dreamt that I took the airplane and come to America in the night, and somebody woke me up out of my sleep, and then like 10 years after, the exact same event that I saw in the dream played the exact same way. Took the plane the same. It was on the same night. So I mean, I have these like every week,
Yeah.
And it happens to me, my mom, and my sister. We always dream see things to come. So like we always like try to avoid them. We try our best, but no matter how we try our best, they always play it the exact same way.
You said they always play out the exact same way. That's kind of weird there.
People that I don't know, like I see them, you know.
Uh-huh.
It's weird. I mean, it happens to other people because I met other people that it happens to as well. So I'm not the only one, but I mean, people might join the panel with the same questions.
Hey, shout out to my brother Demar for sharing that with us. And also let me say, hold on a minute. Let me say to the people that who just tuning in, who didn't catch the memo, Santos Bonacci and I is gonna reschedule. He sent me a message here letting me know that he have a painful toothache and he's not gonna be able to do the show today. So that's the bad news. But the good news is we are gonna reschedule, and I hope Santos get better because those toothaches can be a bitch. So yeah, here's the message. So that's gonna be a very powerful collaboration because both of us have both of us is what I call leaders in syncretism. Syncretism is also called string theory. It's the act of stringing together your reality in a holistic way. This is what the Masons are doing. But welcome to the panel, my brother Josh. How you doing today, man? Your mic is muted, Josh. How you doing?
Wonderful, my brother. How y'all doing? Peace and love on this flat plane. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
I'm from Memphis. I'm from the South like you, my brother, but I'm out in the West now in California. I'm in Yucca Valley. And I'm going to tell y'all, it's motherfucking flat out here, you know? I mean, that ain't what I got on here to talk about. What I got on to talk about, though, was what do you feel about the Anunnaki, my brother? I'm going to give you my little thing. We could build on it, I believe, but I was curious what you felt on it before I built a little bit.
Okay. First, I'm going to give a general Wikipedia definition of it so everybody be familiar what you're talking about. Now, the Anunnaki is a group of deities in ancient Mesopotamian cultures, Sumerian, Akkadian, Assyrian, Babylonian. Descriptions of how many Anunnaki there were and what role they fulfilled are inconsistent and often contradictory. In the earliest Sumerian writings about them, which come from the post-Akkadian period, the Anunnaki are the most powerful deities in the pantheon, descendants of An, the god of the heavens. So, by the time of Inanna's descent into the netherworld, they have become 7 judges who sit before the throne of Eshkrigal in the underworld. This portrayal is followed in later Akkadian texts such as the Epic of Gilgamesh in the Old Babylonian period. The Anunnaki were the gods of the underworld, set in contrast with the Igigi, who had by that time become heavenly deities, much like the Anunnaki were originally. All of these mythologies and these mythological beings, such as the Anunnaki, they're not literal beings or literal people that existed. Now, giants are real. All of the ancestors was on the same page when they spoke about giants. But everybody have used the fact of giants to make mythologies about these beings into their own way to suit their own mythologies. But truth is, everyone spoke of regular humans like us, which are called mediums. Hold on a minute, guys. Let me mute your mics while you're not talking for a minute. So yeah, everyone spoke of humans like us called mediums, and they spoke of giants, and they also spoke of dwarfs, all coming from the North Pole. And so, there's mythologies that's associated with each one. For example, the dwarfs became the modern day leprechauns that we see in the myths. So they're hiding the real truth to our reality behind a lot of mythologies and mythological creatures, such as the Anunnaki, which really describes how the primordial source, which is new, descended to heaven in the flesh in the form of the humans. human species. There is no greater species higher than us other than the primordial source. We're at the center of the universe, and we are the only connection in between the higher source and the earth, and all of the animals and insects. Where we are, this is it, all right? And it all happens here. So the Anunnaki dealing with Nu, they descended from above, and we know that the waters is above, but I can get into that. I can break this whole passage down while they dealing with the number 7 and all of that. Inanna, which is one of the oldest mother goddesses in Sumeria. I can get into all of this deeper if you guys like. But flat power to everybody out there. Thank you for joining in, and another shout out to my panelists. Do we have any more questions on the panel, guys? Welcome to the panel, Brenda. I haven't saw you in a long time.
Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
I haven't heard you talk about your mythology beliefs before.
Yeah, that's something that I'm gonna be spending a great deal of time on, because it's.
Excuse me, something. I know I don't mean to interrupt, but I was trying to build on something real quick about the Anunnaki.
Please do so. That's why I wanted you to keep going. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. You did a great job by letting everybody know, though. I appreciate that. What I believe, familiar, they rebuilt Stonehenge. I believe the Anunnaki is some sort of plagiarism. That whole Sumerian thing, the Sumerian connection, I believe, is some sort of like Jesuit plant in order to like give us bloodlines above us, in order so, you know, it makes us to where we're gold mining slaves and we're okay with it subconsciously. Like, I mean, does anybody follow what I'm saying? Like it makes us slaves. And nowadays, for some reason, our people have gotten to where they will fight for the slave owners. Instead of us fighting for each other, we will fight for the slave owners, because they have beaten us and destroyed our mentality so much that we don't understand who is the slave and who is the slave owner.
Yep.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I agree. I also agree that this Anunnaki thing is used for deception. It makes us accept the fact that we're a slave race, and it just bottled it up as this simple story, but it still don't hide the fact that the whole universe that these Anunnaki is supposed to come from don't exist. So this dissension come from the waters above when we understand the truth of ancient cosmology. And the whole thing about us being a slave race, all of these races out there that's beyond this ice ring, all of these hidden lands, you better believe it's kingdoms that they've created, man, on some of these lands based off the taxation of us over here. You better believe some of these streets of gold that they talk about in the Bible and all of that they probably got cities made out of gold. And when you go to these things, I mean, the houses is gold, and they probably got this here.
Damn right. Damn right.
Because we asked the question, where did the real currency go? Where did all the gold go? That's a good question. We may be a slave race for these societies beyond the ring. Maybe they're still fighting wars with some of the ancient societies that's beyond the ring, trying to get through to us. Who knows? This thing gets deep. Welcome back to the panel, Sister Kenya. How you doing? And shout out to the brother. He has some good questions about.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
He has some good questions. Yeah, we can hear you. Okay. Hey, Brother Sanchez. Nice to see you again. Nice to see all of you guys. So I'm just checking in, and can't wait to see Santos. But so far, the Anunnaki story, I agree with you 100%. I think it was just a story just to make us believe that we were just created to mine gold and ultimately be a slave race, which is not too much of a stretch of a parallel of what we're doing now when we clocking in to a job every day. So that's all I'm gonna say for right now.
And just for everybody that's tuning in, Santos, the brother Santos sent me a message right here where he's going to have to reschedule because he has a toothache, and we know toothaches can be a bitch. So shout out to Santos. Sorry to hear that. We don't mind rescheduling it, but that's what I'm gonna do is talk a little bit about what we was gonna talk about, so that when we do hook up, then we'll all be refreshed on everything anyway. So this still gonna be a great one. Shout out to the brother DeMar, man. Shout out to everybody on the panel. So yeah, I was just thinking to myself that you know, what we are is what the Creator is on a microcosm, and that I think ultimately we all will rise up to Mount Meru, or the different realities that's in this cosmos, depending on our vibration. But yeah, that's what I think, man. I'm starting to go with that belief.
You know what's funny about dream? You never remember the beginning. You always remember like from the middle. You always be like in the middle of, you know? You don't know what happens in the beginning of the dream. So I would love to like know what happens like in the beginning, because nobody knows when they fall asleep. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what? You making a good point, because when you're dreaming, you just start off in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle.
You automatically know what's going on. Everybody that's there, you know them. Even if it's complete strangers, man. You wake up like, who were these people? But in the dream, you knew them. In the dream, you knew those strangers. So you're creating your reality from within. What we are a collective. Earth is a beautiful place. Earth is where all of different points of consciousness or points of references that make up the one infinite creator come together and have a dialogue with themselves. All of us are many expressions of the creator in the flesh, having a dialogue with itself in microcosm that originally had in macrocosm in the creation process, because it was sound that originally led to the creation process. Sound is sign that became sin. The serpent on a tree later became the $ symbol, because that's the original currency. That's the original wisdom, because that serpent is the third eye. So basically, to make all of this stuff short, we having this dialogue now, and the creator disconnected from itself. That's why we asking these questions. We've been disconnected from the third eye. The ancients didn't ask these questions. They were synced together. All of them was on one page. But today, we're the creator trying to bring together back its severed pieces based on a divide and conquer, which is deeper than we think, because that divide and conquer happened on a subconscious spiritual level, where they divided the creator up within its own self based on dividing the psyche of humanity up.
For real, no? Yeah, man, for real.
But the dream world is a deep state.
Yeah, it's deep. But even people that have passed away, like you vision see them, like they tell you like stuff, and you know. So what would you say, like, for people who pass away, you like vision seeing them?
You said for people who pass away, where do they go? What?
No, like they vision to us, like they talk to us the same way, like, you know, they're here. You know, what would you say about people that have passed away, and you have dreamt about them?
I know exactly what you mean. My grandmother passed away, and not too long after she passed away, I had a dream about her, and I was hugging her. And when I woke up, I can still feel the embrace lingering. It had to go away for a minute. You know, you take feelings from the dream world right into this world when you wake up. For example, if you dreaming that you falling, you wake up with them butterflies in your stomach lingering. until you kind of wait about 3 minutes and it wear off like, damn, I was dreaming. But you actually bring those butterflies from that reality into this one. For example, if you dream that your wife cheated on you, you wake up sad looking at your wife like, what the hell? And you have to wait a minute and like, oh, it was just a dream. You bring those feelings from the dream world into this one. When you dream, it's no different than you, like they said, daydreaming or having a small thought throughout the day, but you doing it on a macrocosm. Because when you close your eyes, that's an eclipse. Just like with the night sky is the background of all light. Light paints the picture of this reality that we experience on Earth. So when you dream, you're going back to that projection screen behind your eyelids and you creating a reality from within, just like you literally create your reality from within based on what the third eye interprets with these eyes. You go outside every day and you look with these two eyes. The information that goes through these eyes is processed through the third eye, and based on how you interpret this reality, it's going to spit back out like a boomerang effect, your mental interpretation of it. If your third eye distorted and interpret this reality negatively, you're going to be a miserable person. You create your reality from within. And when you go to the dream world, you bring everything on the outside into that realm and bring everything from the dream world back to this realm. As above, so below. It's a mirrored continuum. That's why the square and compass is two different geometrical shapes that's inverted like the yin yang. The yin yang is a form of the square and compass. The serpent would be the compass because that's the third eye, the serpent eye, the reptilian eye. That's the compass because everything must come past the third eye. Everything must come past that interpreter. Everything you see with these eyes has to come past this third eye before it shapes what you ultimately see. You don't see with these two eyes. You see from inside of your mind. We see from the inside out, and we shape our reality based on that. As above, so below. You in a mirrored continuum. So the dream world is a microcosm of this realm that you creating at the same time you creating your reality here.
Is that why sometimes my dreams actually know me? And what I mean by that is when it's time for me to wake up, sometimes I could be dreaming and one of the people in my dreams would actually tell me like, well, there's no need for you to worry about any of this anymore. You gotta go now. And I'm always confused, like, what do you mean? Sometimes they'll say things that are pertaining to my awake life, and then that's when the dream starts to fade out, or I'm guided to walk out a door or go to another room or just to simply turn around and then I'm back. Now that doesn't happen all the time, but that always was kind of find that kind of interesting. This has been happening more and more recently as well. So could you explain, or did I just create these people as well? They don't actually know me because they are me.
These people, you create them in your mind, and they also you create everybody we meet in our lifetime. There's a theory that we travel together in pods, and everybody you meet in your lifetime is basically everybody you keep re-meeting. And but that's just one theory. What I'm gonna go with and tell you is this: these people that we see in the dream world is different people in different realities that's existing at the same as this one. One of my beliefs is that the earth is an infinite plane, and somewhere on this plane there's another you that's trying to make it to the egg. There's another you that's sort of like a latency. There's a latency to where there's another you still being born. At the same time, there's another you still going through high school, and that there's all of these different time frames of you coexisting to merge to make one reality. Like how you develop pictures and put them all together to shape it. but it's all happening at the same time. I think that each reality plays out every possibility that didn't happen in the next one, and that they're all strung together, what's called string theory, to create one ultimate reality. And at any given time, whichever one of those you tune into is what reality you will be a part of. For example, this one. And just to, for example, to show you what I'm talking about, how it relates to that dream world, is that what if you die in your sleep and you never make it back to this realm? The dream world becomes your reality. And remember, until you realize in your dream that you're dreaming, you'll never remember Kenya. You'll never remember the one that's asleep in the bed and the ambulance will come in there and take your body and put it in the ground while you still dreaming. And you'll never remember that you fell asleep in this life. That's what happened to us. That sperm cell don't remember the journey, but that was you. That was you on that quest to remarry the self. So every time we come in and out of these realities, we split and remarry, split and remarry, just like you detach from the self at night when you go to sleep and create that dream world. It's not that you creating another realm, it's that you actually, like I said, you creating all of these realms simultaneously, subconsciously, and you don't even know it. And so that any given time you close your eyes from this realm, you can find yourself participating in one of those other realms, participating in another possibility at another point in time and another situation that happened based on one little adjustment to change the matrix, because this universe is infinite and there's infinite yous having these slightly different experiences that's woven all together to create the ultimate experience that you wake up every day and tune in the collective experience based on the experience you get with them all woven together. They tried to show y'all this same concept in a movie called Jet Li, The One. And he tried to go around killing all of these different versions of himself, saying he can get the power back. But basically they showing you that when you realize all of these different versions of you, that's when you access the centered self. It ain't about accessing the lower self or the higher self. It's about Zen, dealing with the heart chakra. The heart chakra is the peak chakra. It's what ties the crown chakra into the lower realms. And they all emit from the heart, which is the highest vibration. And in a macrocosm, that happens with the earth. The earth is heart. Earth is the heart chakra of the creator. And if you look at a chakra chart, you'll notice that the heart chakra is green, because it's dealing with the earth. It's dealing with the green, think green, all of this. The green screen that NASA used is magic. It's dealing with these colors and these frequencies. But just to fall back, I want to answer you good, sister, that what you creating in the dream realm is not, it's this, like I said, you creating these different realities and infinite realities all at the same time. So when you go to that dream realm, you actually tuning into one of those realities. You see what I'm saying? But it's the same.
So when I go to, I'm sorry. So when I go to sleep, I separate. But when I wake up, all the possibilities of me are a collective in this awake world. That's why this reality continues, I guess.
You
like
exist,
all the versions of me experiencing.
You exist. Hold on, let me mute you for a minute so we don't get the echo. Yeah, you exist as a whole and also as a separate. Right now, you and your daddy's sperm cell, and right now you and your mother's. Right now you're a sperm cell in your daddy's scrotum. Right now you are a egg in your mother's womb. All at the same time, you're on this panel. All at the same time, you're already made it to the egg and being born. All at the same time, you just went through kindergarten. All at the same time, going through high school. All of that's happening right now in different parts of this infinite plane, and also different parts of the unseen realm. It's the flower of flower of life, and I'm gonna show you how all of it comes together to make this one realm that you ultimately tune into. What happens when you go to sleep? You just go to another one of those infinite realms, and sometimes you can wake up out of a dream into another dream.
You know, and I don't have a whole lot.
You see what I'm saying? So you can keep waking up out of these dreams before you ultimately get back to your body. And you'll be like, damn, when am I going to wake up in my bed? So the whole thing about lucid dreaming is when you tap into the Trinitarian aspect of the self. So when you in those dreams, Kenya, and you realize, damn, I'm dreaming, you start talking to yourself in the dream. You creating all of these people, and you having a dialogue with this in this reality with the self. This is what the creator did to even create this reality. When in the darkness, that represents the singularity or the prime source. Darkness is equivalent to the serpent. That's the glue, the weaving that keeps all of this reality meshed together. And you got to go to that darkness all throughout the day while you blinking, and you got to go through it on a bigger scale when you sleeping, and a bigger scale when you die. And when you look at the way the cosmos is created, it starts from darkness, then you see the light objects, then you get nighttime in our realm, then you blink throughout the day and create your own darkness, and you go to sleep. It's a sandwich. It's a continuum. Just like if you look at the eyes of a fly, they got a bunch of different eyes making up one eye. The fly is seeing one picture, but at the same time seeing this picture in all of those different eyes. But what happens, the fly see this picture in each separate eye. Then when all of these different images enters the brain of the fly, the third eye, the mental brain, meshes all of these different images of the fly eyes into one. And it determines what the fly ultimately sees based on the sum of it all, or the summit. Remember, the summit is the peak, dealing with the top of the pyramid, which is the third eye. You see? And that's what happens when the interpreter summarizes your reality based on you coming in and out of these picture frames, blinking and sleeping. It takes these clips that you create and it ultimately interprets them in symbol form subconsciously and spit that interpretation back out in your real life. And you can create heaven or hell for yourself as an individual. And we can also create heaven or hell on earth as a collective. Microcosm, macrocosm. So I hope I'm breaking it down simple for y'all. I'm asking more questions so I can make it even more simple. Just remember that the summit is the summary, the summit, the climax, you know. And this thing happened on a continuum type scale. And I can go deeper into that. But like I said, I'm working on a presentation that's going to break this down. So, yeah, talk to me, guys. I see we got some new people on the panel. Welcome to the show.
I got my mom on. She has a question for you if you don't mind.
Oh, no doubt. Shout out to your mother. I will be glad to answer any questions she has.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna pass it along.
Hi, Brother Sanchez. This is Dorothy.
No, show your face, Mom.
How you doing, Mama?
And excuse my appearance, but I understand what you're saying about the reality that you're creating when you're dreaming. And is that reality as real as the reality that you're in when you wake up?
Yes, they are.
All of these realities you are creating simultaneously. And if that is true, then why is it that we don't continue in that dream reality if it's as real as this reality that we're in when we're in a awake state?
I'll mute your mic.
Because that's a good question. Because it goes back to what I told you. Everything exists in the heart, and the heart is the earth. And you're a microcosm version of the earth, meaning when all elements and all directional energies come together, something gets solidified. That happened to you in the flesh, so you can no longer partake in these dream realities. It's a big time continuum of latency where that question that you just asked me, you're asking it again in another realm. It's just a slight bit late realm. Just like sometime how we get an echo or the ripple effect, we having this conversation all over again tomorrow in another realm. All of these different speeds and time frames mesh together to ultimately create what you ultimately experience. So what I'm saying is, why you don't stay in the dream realm is because the body is a covenant. The body is a bond. The body is an agreement that you made in the flesh with this realm, that this one you would ultimately tune in to. So even when you go to sleep at night, this body lay down because it's resting up, preparing for the next day. But it don't stop, because in that darkness, you tune into those other realms. And you wake back up into this realm because this is the agreement. You left all of those other realms when you came here to be solidified in the flesh. What you are here in the flesh is an agreement, a marriage of all of those realms where you told yourself, I'm coming together to experience the collective in the earth plane. And all of us did that. So you still making a journey to the egg in one of those other realms. And so if you dream, for example, that you are a sperm cell racing to an egg, that's a real reality that you haven't. So time don't really exist. Everything that happened when you were born is still happening. It's an infinite echo, and every action is another ripple effect. So we got to be careful what we think and what we do. This the whole concept of the boomerang. What we throw out in these realities come back to us. It's a continuum. Nothing can't cease to exist. All is energy. So basically, to try to answer you even deep, summarize it, you wake up from the dream realm because the realm you go to is just one of many that you agreed upon to weave together, what we call string theory, to even have you emanating in this realm. So the moment you never wake up from the dream realm, this body decomposes. This body goes back into the ground, and from the bed, the ambulance come in your house and they say you died in your sleep. And what happens in the dream realm is you basically abandoned, you broke the covenant with the body, and you accepted to tune in into one of these other realities. Because even in that so-called dream realm, if you die in that bed and never wake back up into this realm, you making another covenant with that body to partake in that reality. Remember, like the brother said, the dreams start in the middle because you already did this. In other words, if you wake up in a dream where you are the sperm cell racing to the egg, then you're waking up in a part of these realities where it started at the beginning. But even that's a microcosm form of what we perceive as a beginning. I don't want to complicate this. Basically, the further we zoom in, the bigger the picture get, and the further we zoom out, the bigger the picture, the bigger the picture get. It's a continuum. But I hope that answered it well for you, where you can get stuck in that dream realm, and that'll be an agreement. That'll be a contract to that new body, and you already know everybody there. When you dreaming, you know these people. You know your mama, you know your daddy, you know your neighbors. You got the clothes on that you picked out that morning. Don't nobody got to tell you nothing in this dream realm. You know it all. So evidently, you knew this realm that you went to in the dream. But the reason you can't take it back with you here, because you can only tune in to one of these realities at one given time. Now, the more we rise in consciousness, like some of these big time monks and spiritual people, they can tune into all of these realities and come back and forth from them and actually make stuff happen in these different realms to shape what happened in this one. In other words, time travelers, how they say you can go in time and change stuff to make it happen different in this realm. That's true. But we're all our own individual clock on our own individual time. So, yeah.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but my next question is, when you cease to exist, when you pass from this reality, do you enter into one of the alternate realities of your dream worlds and begin to exist there? Because a lot of times when I dream, I dream of people from this reality. Yes, I do see people that I've never seen before or never interacted with before. And it's like I do know them. But there are also people that I constantly dream of, people that have passed on. For instance, my mother. I have continuous dreams about her. She and I interacting together, along with people that are still on this particular plane. So when you do pass this reality, when you cease to exist here, the body goes into the grave. Do you continue to exist in one of those alternate dream realities, or realities that the many realities that are out there? I'm guessing you just.
Yeah, so what happens is when you dream about loved ones, let me mute you guys for 1 second. When you dream about, hey, Kenya, let me mute your mic for 1 second, sister. Yeah. When you dream about loved ones, you're tapping into one of those realities where they haven't died yet. You're tapping into that no one really dies based on string theory. Excuse me. Based on there being infinite amount of views across this infinite plane, at any given time, you tune back. Your mother is waiting on you. They may have left you in this realm, but we ultimately all cross these paths back up again because these realms are all strung together. We cross paths every time. That's why sometimes when you dream of your mother, she's the age that she was when she died. But sometimes you dream of your mother when you was a girl and when she was young, because you go into different points in time where you're existing at the same time at these different time points. Now, what happens is these places are just as real as this place. And whenever you're born again in the flesh into the earth plane is when the sperm cell actually materializes in your mother. Then all of these realms find themselves into the brain of that baby being born here. And when you're born, you don't remember none of those realities, but you go back into them when you daydream and you dream at night. And you ultimately go back into them when you transition. They said when you die, all of your lifetimes flash before you. But what happens is you actually tune back into all of these different realities at the same time. And when you make another contract with the body in the womb of a woman again, based on the law of magnetism, based on at the same time that sperm cell starts its journey from the man and your mama and dad and meet each other based on the law of attraction, you're making this happen. You're the Cupid. You're that Cupid or that serpent. You're using the law of attraction from these realms to rematerialize. This is why the ancient Africans say that our parents don't choose us. The child chooses the parents in the spiritual realm. And today they say that you the apple in your daddy's eye. That's another way of telling you this. So when you leave here, all of your lifetimes flash before you and you become that sperm on the journey back to the egg. You attract it back to yourself to remarry the self, another covenant. And it's a macrocosm covenant that the Creator made when it made this cosmos. That's why they said it's a covenant with the rainbow, because the Creator had this same marriage to materialize the earth plane, and you're going to keep having this same marriage on a microcosm to come to the earth plane. So what we call the earth plane and a human being, we're special. We're the result of all of those realities merged together in the flesh. And we able to tap into each one, past, present, and future, based on you living in the now. The now is the gift. We shape the past and present from the now. That's all we got. Even when you in the dream realm, you're in the now there. We're all on our own clock. There is no time. So I'm trying to make this simple. Just remember that the serpent is the present. When you rearrange the word serpent, you get present, because that's representative of the third eye. That's the reality you creating in the darkness, not the one you see with these eyes. It's the one that's mirrored back to you. It determines the quality of your life in these different realms. But I'm answering a lot of questions and adding on. I don't want to be too long-winded. But did I answer you pretty good, Mama?
You did. The only confusion I have about that is you're talking about when I tease, I'm a sperm, and I'm in my father's sperm sac and all this and that and the other. But when I'm in this reality, I am of different ages. I'm not a child. I'm not a baby. Most of the time, I am an adult. My mother is of different ages and different conditions in her life. But me, I'm usually an adult when I interact with her or other people in the dream. Now, when I have my children, like Kenya, she's always a baby or she's a young child.
Always messing up too.
She's never an adult in the dreams, but I am. I don't know if it's something I'm carrying on subconsciously from when I was a caretaker to my mom. Sometimes I'm still being that caretaker for her, looking out for her, or she's different ages. Can be a woman of 30. Sometimes she's 50. She died at age 80. Rarely I see her as that age. Oh, I no, that's just kind of. But yes, you've answered a lot of questions, and it makes a lot of sense.
I appreciate you talking with my mother, Brother Sanchez. I don't want to hold up the rest of the panel.
Yeah, I don't either. But yeah, you've clarified a lot.
And Mom, can I get a flat power? Damn it.
Yeah, can you?
All right, thank you, Brother Sanchez.
Thank you.
Hey, y'all welcome. Much love to y'all. The people in the panel also was loving the questions that she was asking. And basically just to build a little bit more on it before we move on, it's deep what we're talking about here. The ancestors understood this. When we say you're a sperm cell at the same time you're an egg, you become split when you leave the body because the body is the holding point for the mind, body, spirit. All of these different realities agree to merge when you've materialized in the flesh. And so you can only go to each one of these realities for a limited time while you in the flesh because they all agree to ultimately perceive this reality. Now, when you leave this flesh, you break the contract with the body and you end up on all of these different realities at the same time. So you end up in infinite realities. You end up back on a panel asking this question. You end up back as a child going through high school. All of these different phases you went through, you become split when you leave the flesh and you begin to partake into these realities separately. And that's happening in like a dream-like state. But it's just as real as this state, this the invisible realm that we go to create to bring ourselves back here. So what happens is basically when you are a sperm cell racing to your mother's egg, because there's so many things that make you while you're here in the flesh. And when you leave the flesh, all of these different aspects of the self break the contracts and go back their separate ways. And now their whole journey is to come back into merge back with the self again. It's called implosion. They show us this same process, how they said stars are born and die in the heliocentric fake cosmology. But to stay on subject, when you're on that journey, because what you are right now, you are infinite information, what's called the Akashic records. That's everything, all of the secrets to the universe exist within you right now. And also, all of these lives you can tap into right now. They exist within you right now. What happens is what you are right now is infinite consciousness. Also, you are light or spark energy, meaning infinite energy, which is what gives you movement, what makes your heart beat, what programs the robot. For example, the robot can be programmed with a consciousness to say certain words, but it don't mean nothing if it don't have pure energy to power it or a battery to put in it to make it walk. So you exist as light energy or electricity, and also dark consciousness, information that's invisible. And when they merge and all of these aspects of you materialize in the womb, you come here. But when you leave the flesh, your consciousness separate from the spark in the form of you being the sperm cell again and the egg cell, which is the pure consciousness. You split and you become the spark trying to find its way back to its own consciousness and merge with the self again. When that happens, there's a contract in the womb of the woman who brought it all together. The woman is the Trinity. You become the polarity. You become right now you exist in a Trinitarian realm as a Trinity, mind, body, and spirit. When the flesh is leaving, when you leave the flesh, these things have no house, no covenant to keep them bonded. So they find themselves separate, trying to find their way and remarry back to themselves. And that happens simultaneously in all of these realms, being that the spark of the consciousness, which all this sperm is the battery. All of the consciousness is in the egg. The egg got all the information. That's the seed. And when the seed go into the ground, the light of the sun shine on it and give it the spark to activate the consciousness. So the sperm cell is just you activating your own consciousness in your mother. And this divine intelligence, this divine feminine energy that encompasses our whole reality is the glue that makes it all happen in the form of magnetism, in the form of a man being magnetically attracted to the vagina of a woman, in a form of when he climaxes, okay, because the sex ritual is a binary code, is why the penis enters the Venus and it goes in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out, inhale, exhale, low tide, high tide, because this is negative, positive, and the climax is the sum, the summation, and that's when he bursts the spark, and that spark is what activates the consciousness in the egg, and when that happens, all of the aspects that was split becomes a covenant, and from the waters of that egg, we see some materialization starts to happen and a baby start being formed. It's called Captain Planet. If you watch the cartoon called Captain Planet, you see when each of them aim their ring up there and shoot their power, Captain Planet materialize. That's you. You're Captain Planet. Ka-pata in plain net. That's Captain Planet. The Ka is the soul. The Pata is the mind energy. That's Ka-pata in plane net. So when you spawn into this netted plane, it's a combination of all the many yous that exist simultaneously rebonding themselves. Every time this happens, like when you split a cell, it divides, but it also strengthens the entire collective. It's a fractal reality that we in. And I don't want to over explain it, so I'm going to just fall back there. But basically what happens in the womb of the woman based on her magnetism, she brings the Father, the Son into the Holy Ghost. So in other words, then you go back to the invisible realm when you decompose, and all of the essence that makes you, it doesn't go anywhere. It has an experience. Your lifetimes flash before you. And part of these lifetimes is when you was a sperm trying to remarry yourself to the egg. So while you dying and flashing these lifetimes, it's happening in reverse, like you rewinding a movie. And it start from the point where you died and go all the way back to your mother's womb. And when you enter that dark place, it plays back again in a new movie, a new womb. And it keeps rewinding and playing back, rewinding and playing back. But all of these movies are the same old film. And the earth is like the VCR, where the stage. Remember, the woman is the Venus energy. And when you say Venus, you're saying venue, venue. The womb is the gateway, the venue by which we travel through these different lifetimes and realities. So now I'm going to fall back and let y'all build a minute on all that. Black power, y'all. And shout out to Kenya and her mother for asking these awesome questions that got me picking my brain, diving deep into the science. And shout out to the brother Legendary for joining us on the panel. Unmute your mic, my brother Legendary, and talk to us. How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing all right, big brother. How you feeling tonight?
I'm feeling awesome. Glad to be here, giving the people this hidden knowledge, because nobody else gonna give it to us.
Yeah, man, I definitely was chiming in, man. I was, as a matter of fact, it's wild. I was watching something the other night, and it was talking about sleep paralysis, because my girl, she go through this. Sometimes she'll be sleeping, you know, like I'll be looking at her, and she can't move, her eyes be open, she be making these weird noises. And so I get to looking it up, you know, they always give it a scientific name. So, you know, the scientific name is sleep paralysis, but the ancestors, they used to talk about an actual energy, a spirit that will be perched upon your chest, and it won't let you wake up into the material realm, so you stay stuck in sleep mode. And it's actually a spirit that, you know, is perched on your chest. It's real interesting. I was wondering if you might know anything about that.
Yeah, that happens to me a lot of times. In the South where I'm from, they have superstitions around it too. But we got to get out of the superstitions, and I'm going to explain to you what's happening. In the South, they call it demons riding your back. Have you ever heard that?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, so what that is got nothing to do with demons. When you go to sleep, you enter the unconscious state. You split. Every night you split, just like I explained what happens when we die. You do that every night when you split. You have to split. It's kind of like resting. It's kind of like if you never take a gun apart, those pieces will start getting welded together and rusted, and you don't keep it loosened. It's a form of resting. Inhale and exhale. Splitting, it's a contraction. It's a contraction. So when you go to sleep at night, you're splitting from the self. And sometime when we wake up, we leave, for example, our consciousness don't fully enter the body 100%. So what happens is we realize that we're woke when we land in the bed, but the spark that allows you to move and have life, that sperm, that electricity, L energy, all of these energies separate when you go to sleep. Subconsciously, the body goes into power save mode and runs off low energy while it recreates itself. So each day the body is reborn. But at the same time, what's happening in the sleep realm is shout out to my brother Flat Earth Jamaican. I lost my train of thought. I saw the donation. They so colorful, man. Yeah, my brother Flat Earth Jamaican, I'm about to give you a call right now. Let me finish answering this, brother, and thank you for the donation. But I want to make sure I drive this home. Okay, tell me where I left off, my brother. I do this sometime.
No, you good, brother. You was talking about when the body is asleep, it goes into like power save mode and the conscious split.
And so that power save mode, since most of that electrical energy that would have been used to go out and work throughout the day in your normal day-to-day life, and it transfer all of that electrical energy or that sperm energy. Remember, electricity is a discharge. That's what the man have when he climax. So you existing as that form of energy in all forms woven together, that string theory. But this happens on different aspects of reality. It's tricky. It happens when we blink too. But just to stay on subject, when you go to this realm, you're in power save mode. The body is resting up and it's going into a form of death and rebirth. At the same time, you're entering another one of those other realities. And the energy that you would have used to go to work throughout the day in this realm gets transferred to the dream realm to power the dream body. So you notice if you dreaming that you at work, you even get tired in the dream. If you start running in the dream, you got to catch your breath in the dream. So it's air you breathing in the dream realm. It's all here on earth. The earth got all of these different realities just like you got. It's a big continuum. So what happens is in this realm, you being split, and each part of you allowing the part of you that you was tuned into to rest up while you tune into another aspect. Now, when you wake up in the morning, all of those different realities go back to the covenant and unify back to one. And you wake up that morning and you think about the dream. You think about each individual clip. For example, if you even had a dream where you awaken to another dream, you think about that. So you have the third person view from this realm. You talk about the dialogue that you had with the self in the dream when you wake up in this realm, and all of those different selves come back and re-emerge back into the body, and you fully rested. Because it allowed for this body to rest up while you go back and partake in those other yous. No different than the person having two cell phones and they say, hey, one of them died, let me put it on a charger while I use my other cell phone. Now when this cell phone die, I'm gonna put it on a charger, and by that time this one will be rested up. You never can cease to exist based on an infinite amount of cell phones, and they coming in and out of existence, in and out of existence. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's deep, man.
So it's a string theory where you're woven together with the self. So shout out to my brother Flat Earth Jamaican. Thanks again for that donation. Let me give my brother Flat Earth Jamaican a call, and at the same time, let me put the link out there in the chat room to anybody that want to join me. Tell me your experience. Have any questions for me? And anything like that. Shout out to Santos Bonacci. He have a severe toothache, and we will be rescheduling our collaboration in a very soon future date. I spoke with them. Don't you trip. We will be doing that, and it's gonna be epic. But I hope he feel better, because toothaches can be a bitch, y'all. I remember I had one that had my whole side of my face in pain. They can be tough, man. What's up, Flat Earth Jamaican? My brother Brandon Villa. Welcome to the panel, guys. How y'all doing?
What's good, bro, Sanchez? How's it going, brother?
Hey, man, it's going good. I'm just happy to be back into the union of all of my brothers and sisters. I miss y'all guys, man.
That's what's up, man. I was trying to get on Dreads, but I guess I just got the feed the venom. I'm just getting on work, so I'm coming in on the ass end of the conversation, what you were building on.
Oh, okay. What you think? Hey, did you get a chance? You have a background, my brother. Do me a favor. Let your wonders up. Let all of your wonders up, if you can.
Yeah, they are now. I was smoking, and my passenger don't smoke, so I had the window down.
Yeah, you sound a lot better now. Yeah, you sound so much better now. Yeah, that helped out a hell of a lot, because that wind is like a static. But yeah, I'm so happy to have you, my brother. I got a question, my brother Javon. Did you get a chance to check out? Yeah, did you get a chance to check out that recent upload I did on brosancheztv?
No, I mean I haven't time, cause like when I watch videos that I miss or whatever, I'll be trying to watch them entirely. But on the weekends I can't, cause I'll be working 12 hours, and so I might catch 30 minutes of it and then get some sleep, and then might catch another 10-15 minutes of where I left off of my breaks, and then might try to catch another 10-20 minutes of it when I get home. So.
I understand how that goes. Yeah, I know eventually you'll make it around to it. You know what? That's how it be, man. Them 12-hour shifts a bitch. I know how they are, man. Let me just say,
I get 4 days off though, so it's good.
yeah, that's good. That's what I did love about those, because I used to have those long days too, and I had 3 days off. I worked 2 days, get off 1 day, work 2 days, and get off like 3-4 days, something like that. But that's a dope schedule. I love it. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Black power to you all. My brother Javon, let me mute you for one. Let me mute you for 1 second, my brother, and you can come back in when you want to jump in. I'm gonna talk to the rest of everybody for a minute. So yeah, shout out to that brother.
What's up, Sanchez?
Yeah, what's up? What's up, my brother Jay? How you doing?
Not much. I just got on. I heard you talking about the birds and the bees and everything.
Oh yeah, man, I'm getting into some deep stuff that I've been researching lately. Been doing a lot of research. I want to reconnect us back with the self. Man, when I find out the level of destruction they've done to the psyche of humanity, there's so much work I got to do. And guys, I got so much quality work for y'all on Bro Sanchez TV that I hope that you find time to look at when you get in your quiet place, preferably at bed at night, where you can kind of pause and read the captions, look over the collages. And this stuff really, what it'll do, it will open up the third eye and get you back reconnected with the self. I'm practicing syncretism, or what some call alchemy, in these videos, and always when I deal with the visual in the video as well as the delivery. So everything is planned out. Check out those recent videos, man, on Bro Sanchez TV. But anyway, yeah, Javon, talk to me, brother.
So speaking of which, you go this the month your channel gets lifted, right? Or is it August? I remember that Thug Boy did some fuck shit to your channel or whatever. This is a month that it gets unrestricted, ain't it?
Next month. So
yeah, I've been waiting over here.
And it's gonna be dope. I'm gonna have some good stuff over there. Live presentations. But yeah, I appreciate all of y'all. Let everybody build that's on the panel. Shout out to the Sister Sassy. How you doing, Sister Sassy? I'm glad to have you back, sister.
Great. I've been looking for you over this past week. I really did miss your presence. I don't know if you was on vacation or what happened, but I started watching some of your videos, and I watched that one with what's his name? The guy that do the urine.
Oh yeah. That's Dave Moore.
Dave.
Shout out to him.
Yes, I was watching that. That was very interesting exchange between you and him. I never even heard of knew what y'all was talking about when y'all were talking about. Everybody kept saying urine in the chat room and this and that or whatever. But I heard about urine therapy, but I never knew that he did it as a flat earther. He was one of the first people's videos that I actually clicked on that made me really think about flight and the flat earth. So that was awesome to see that.
Yeah, he's very intelligent. I made a couple of videos. Yeah, I was just like you, sister. He opened my eyes in the flat earth community, and I didn't know he was famous for his urine treatment. He's an expert at it. He's shared the information with a lot of people, healed them as well as himself, in good shape. Now, when I made my video about it, I admit it was a time where I didn't even research it like I should have. I researched it just enough to mock it, because like flat earth, when I heard urine treatment, I'd automatically laughed and said, "You gotta be kidding me." And I didn't know, so I mocked it. I made the videos. Yeah, hold on.
You know it's funny?
Hold on, brother Javon. Yeah, let me hold on, brother. Yeah. That brother there, boy. Shout out to Javon, yo. He the cut dog.
He be in there.
Yeah, he cut master. Yeah, like a DJ. Hey, but I'm gonna get you in here though, bro. But yeah,
it's like he be tagging us.
Yeah, you know what I mean? If you leave a little gap, And he eased in there like somebody that stole your wallet out your pocket. Shout out to that brother. I'm going to be brief so I can bounce it back to my brother, Javon. Yes,
Well, I
Sister.
appreciate the shout out.
Oh, yeah, no doubt. Sister Sassy, yeah, you right. I made fun of it. I made a video, and I left that video up because I wanted to show people my level of immaturity at that time, so you can go back and see that and then look at the Dave Moore video and see the response there. Because I recently have found out after that yeah, like you, Dave Moore was one of the #1 people with that, and I felt bad. I was like, man, I didn't know Dave was one of the ones, and I went to look at all of these old videos, and I was like, wow, I'm late. And so when I met him, I had to apologize and agreed that eventually I'm gonna try it. But yeah, I learned a lot from that. Just, you don't want to humiliate any information, because urine treatment can be the same thing how we looked at flat earth, you know.
Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna jump out and jump back in because I'm having some internet issues. I'm gonna actually restart my computer and come back.
All right, thank you, Sister Sassy. Hey, what's up, Javon? Go ahead and talk to me, because I know you wanted to cut in, and I'm gonna holler at my brother Brandon over here.
Yeah, I'm getting the gist of, I guess, what y'all was saying about your urine can cure a lot of things that's wrong with yourself. And what's funny is, a long time ago, I guess about 15 years ago or something, I had these bumps break out on my neck, and they were there for like a week or two, right? And I tried everything, you know what I'm saying? All the skin enhancement creams and stuff, and they still wouldn't go away. So this old header told me to piss on the neck and to rub it on my neck. I was like, hell no, I ain't finna rub my piss on the back of my neck. He said, for real, man, it sound crazy, but if you do that, all the bumps and breakouts on the back of your neck go away in no more than 3 days. So I said, all right, I did it. He said, you gotta do it at least, you know what I'm saying, start today, and then when you wake up in the morning, do it. I did it, and shit you not, them bumps was gone away completely. Like,
you know what? After. And I think that Dave Moore described it best. Basically, your urine is a sort of a good toxin. You notice how it pulls things out, like it dries the skin. So I guess when you put that on the infected area, it actually draws everything up to the surface. But I'm not sure how that worked. But I heard Dave explaining that, and why some people use it. They rub it into the skin for certain reasons. But urine treatment is something that you know, y'all can research on your own, get into. I will probably do it, research more on it in the future. But hey, shout out to the brother Brandon. Let me let the brother. What's going on? What's good, man? How you been?
Yo, I'm good, man. Just it's a beautiful day here on this plane of existence, and you know me, Sanchez. I'm like fighting like 100 zombies at once against the wall. You know how it is.
Oh yeah, man. It's a constant fight.
You know,
straight up, man. Because over on Facebook, it's definitely one of those things, you know.
I bet Facebook is a different environment.
The war zone over there.
Oh man, you tell me.
Man, we done shook the hinges off that motherfucker, man. Excuse my phrase, but we done shook fake.
He posted this funny photo, and it had like a bunch of sheep, and it said your Facebook friends, and then it says like my Facebook friends, and it's like a whole The Walking Dead crew, you know?
Yeah. I shared it from another flat earther. Feel free to click on the person I shared it from and add him as a friend or whatever.
No doubt. I'm gonna have to get more interactive with y'all on a book, man. Hey, let me do something real quick before we pass the mic. Let me go ahead and let Brenda speak for a minute. How you doing, Brenda? We ain't gonna be biased. Welcome to the panel. You wanted to chime in about anything, including our beautiful flat earth that you know and we know we live on?
I wasn't going to interrupt you when you were describing your religious beliefs. So those are really not the important thing to me. So when you describe your religious beliefs in your syncretic tradition, or whatever it is, that's fine with me. I don't care what people believe religiously. But I think spreading nonsense about drinking your own urine is somehow helpful. Well, it's not dangerous because your own urine is usually, not very harmful. But it's not going to help you, and it's not going to cure any diseases or anything like that. It's just waste product from your body, and it has no curative properties. And it's not going to hydrate you either. So it's not very helpful.
Well, Brenda, I would agree. I would agree because I'm 50-50.
I do like the idea of the flat Earth community all being piss drinkers. I think that's great. I think you should all do it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Brenda, you notice what I noticed about a lot of globalists, Brenda, that they really have no valuable dialogue to offer to the conversation. Every time I'm amongst globalists, I was on a panel, the last video I streamed, and I came in peace. It was Cigar Face and a lot of others. And I came in peace because I wanted to just get a mature dialogue going on as to why there's such psychopaths that hound and troll flat earthers. Nevertheless, I was booted off the panel, cursed out. But Brenda, it seems like I can sense that energy in you. No matter what you say about flat earthers, Brenda, if actions speak louder than words, then, the immaturity of a globalist never cease to prevail and find itself in these awesome dialogues that we try to have. So, Brenda, I was calling on you hoping that you would contribute some good information to the dialogue, but you just said how my religion is stupid and all of that. That's childish.
I didn't say your religion was stupid. I said I kept quiet when you were talking about your religion.
Well, that's not my
your religion, and I kept quiet.
Well, that's not my religion. That's an ancient world view of the afterlife journey.
Yeah, that's a religion. Yeah, that's fine.
No, it's not a religion.
Can I cut in real quick, bro, Sanchez?
Yes.
Brenda, every flat earther, yes, we do have some Christians in the flat earth community, but we also have Christians that believe in the globe. Religion is just another way to brainwash people into fear. I mean, it's no different than when every pastor says today's terror. John 3:16 in today's text is just another text. The Bible is basically just another textbook. It hasn't, but a man is never going to put the whole truth in every textbook, and it's just another textbook to brainwash people, just like a science book, a history book, an English book. So religion is just, like I said, it's just a way to fool people. So don't sit there and think that we knowing the earth is flat is because we following some religion, because many of us don't even follow religion. You understand what I'm saying?
I have a good question for Brenda, just to set a little dialogue. Brenda, do you believe that the human have chakra systems? Chakras?
Absolutely not. No.
Well, hold on. Let me ask a different question, Brenda. Do you even know what chakras are before you answer that?
It starts at the Kundalini.
Yeah.
The base of the skull, base of the spine.
Okay, so
you travels up through about, I think it's 7 or 9. I can't remember.
You know what? You've said enough to let me know that you have done your research. So I can't fault you now. I was gonna say, how can you say that if you don't even know what they are? But I do give you credit. You do know what the chakras are. So that leads to my next question, Brenda. Then, if you know what the chakras are and you researched it, what about it you don't agree with? Why don't you think the human have a spiritual body? Because that's basically what the chakra systems is your spiritual body, the different parts that make up the inner you. What you have against the chakras?
Well, I'm an atheist, so I don't believe there's any such thing as spirits, and there is no evidence for such a thing as a chakra system.
Wait, but atheism is like the most religious thing like ever created.
No, atheism is not a religion.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is, because you believe in something, even if it's believing in nothing, even if it's believing that you came from nothing that created something.
Yeah, I think atheism is the most religious thing.
And right now, you're stage one of being a flat earther, which is denial. I'm done.
Yeah, I don't expect to convince you or anything, but no, it is not a religion. You can say it is, but that doesn't make it so.
Man,
That can also be said for what you said with me. Don't make it so because Brenda said it. So Brenda, if you're an atheist, Brenda, do you believe in the Big Bang, or what started the creation? What created everything?
Yeah, I think the universe started with the Big Bang. Yeah.
So what was the intelligence?
Awesome.
What was the intelligence that caused the bang? Where did the material come from? What was this entity that made it go boom?
There was no entity that made it go boom.
It just was out of blackness, nothingness exploded.
No, it didn't come out of nothing.
Well, explain to us what happened.
It was a random fluctuation in the background quantum flux.
So there was movement. There is a background. There is something we're dealing with here. So we're wrong when we say that atheists believe that nothing was created from nothing, because you just said there is a quantum background, and there's actually some substance here that most people who criticize atheists aren't account for. This is why they're confused. Am I getting that right?
Well, I don't think it was a substance. I mean,
well, what is this force?
Actually, no. This is what we know exists are these virtual particles that come in and out of existence.
That's hold on. These particles are an entity. These particles you speak of, Brenda, these are entity. These particles are smart. They know to blow up. They know to create. These particles is your deity, Brenda. You're not an atheist. It's something there, and that's why you can't be an atheist. No human can escape the idea of a primordial source, and that proves it right there. When you try to delete that source, it's a hard thing to do. The soul and psyche creation testifies to a creator every second. You can't deny it. That's why when I take you back to the beginning of the creation, you got to give me something, because it was always something there, baby. Science can't take that away.
I don't think that they are intelligent beings. You want to believe that.
Well, wait a minute. Are you an intelligent person?
Reasonably.
Okay, are there intelligent people in this creation?
Yes.
And they was created by this dumb-ass creator, though, right?
Dumb-ass creator. No, people evolved.
Okay. And they became smarter than the creator that's controlling the sun, right?
There's no creator controlling the sun.
Okay.
The sun is a ball of gas.
I fall back. Okay,
yeah, their creator name is Gravity. That's our God. Gravity is a motherfucking answer to every God.
You're right. So you believe in gravity causing the movement of the stars and sun and moon, Brenda. So like he said, gravity is your God. There you go.
Oh, it's just an explanation for why.
Well, no. Well, listen. Jesus is an explanation for why the Christian found $5 on the ground. So it don't argue the fact that Jesus is still their God, because it's the explanation for everything in their life. Just like gravity, it's the answer to everything what the globalists talk about. So it's a religion, it's a belief. That's why I asked you, do you believe in gravity? Just like I asked a person if they believe in Jesus, Brenda. I don't believe in your God, gravity. And I got a different explanation for this force. All right, and this force that's in my explanation gives my creator an intelligence. Okay, because I don't get this gravity God.
Well, the difference is that I have actual evidence for the existence of gravity.
Well, if you had evidence. Well, listen, if you had evidence, Brenda, it wouldn't be a matter of belief. we wouldn't be talking about belief right here. All right. The day that the Muslims show Allah actual body, they won't have to believe in him no more. We'll know. I'll even become a Muslim. So just the fact that it's different people saying I believe it and different people saying I don't, there's not enough factual evidence to give a universal truth. So I'm gonna mute you for a minute because I hear Brandon trying to get in. Go ahead, Brandon. Hey guys, give me a minute to fall back a minute. Go ahead, Brandon.
I was gonna say, it seems like every time we have these panels, Brenda comes and gives us atheism, which is a lie. But to me, it's like every time I try to argue atheism, it's like they're like sitting on a branch and they're cutting off the very branch they're sitting on. And it's just like, it makes no damn sense. So it's like, I get what you're saying, Brenda. But at the end of the day, you always come to these open-minded cosmology, and you just say atheism, which is, there's no science behind any of that theology for a reason. That's why it stems from Gnosticism. It's all Gnostic philosophy. Okay, so we understand that you're a modern man is a perfect creature and whatever the fuck you want to say evolution is, but unfortunately, reality tells us more about life, liberty, truth, love. All these things are more important than, let's say, a bunch of gravitational waves that can never be found. You can't find gravitational waves. They're still looking for them. That's why they made dark matter.
No, they found it.
Matter. There's all this bullshit. So yeah, we understand what you're saying, but unfortunately, there's an energy that can be studied. That's what we're going at. Is there's an energy that they're hiding as well as monopolizing. That's why we're here. Okay, so if you don't know that information, then you need to read more information about the truth of the matter than just a bunch of nothing comes from nothing and therefore nothing's nothing. It just doesn't make sense.
Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if I'd been muted or not. Yeah, I don't know what to say to that. It didn't make a whole lot of sense.
Energy. We can study energy, not gravity.
Why can't we study gravity?
Because we can't find the gravitational waves.
You can't even study how you can create gravity. I mean, really?
They discovered
you can study
gravitational waves. It's been discovered.
That's what I'm saying. It's a theory.
They discovered it, but can a regular citizen like you and I go out there and repeat the experiment according to the scientific method? Yes or no?
Yes.
Oh. Well, so you've done it
in high school? Yes.
You can't find gravitational.
In high school. Wow. Let her explain how I recreated gravity.
Recreated gravity. In high school, we studied it by recreating Galileo's experiments, and also by studying the laws of motion by Newton, and studying all the physical laws.
Which were found to be most of them lies and made up, and those are called theories, Brenda. How can you say you have scientific evidence if you weren't there to see or partake in the Big Bang? This is the problem that atheists have, is when they say that nothing came from nothing, they weren't there to say nothing came from nothing. And then two, they base their science off of what they believe happened. They have nothing confirming what happened. And so that's called pseudoscience, dear.
No.
And you know what, Brenda? Okay, go ahead.
All science is belief, right? All knowledge is belief.
That's an untrue statement, because if you can test something and repeat it, that is actual scientific proof. And we call that observational proofs, Brenda. It's because it can be repeated by more than one person, and it takes on confirmations that we all agree we have experienced or seen or been able to duplicate. That is called science, scientific method, not theories. Theories are something that you believe could have happened or took place, but have no proof or actuality to back it up.
Yeah,
Yeah,
to
that's-
actuality.
So
but
you believe on faith.
it has to be about the natural world. Science is about the natural world and
Right.
nothing
And
else.
gravity is part of the natural world. Part of what Sassy said was correct about how things are done,
Is
but
not gravity a theory, Brenda? Don't do that, okay? Is it not a theory?
gravity is an observed phenomenon
No,
Okay.
for which there
it
are
is
a
not
number
a
of
phenomenon.
Yeah, it is.
No, it isn't. It was an
Why not?
actual theory that was dreamed up to explain away why we could not feel the Earth's movement or gauge it at all. Okay.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
It's been recognized by people for thousands of years.
That doesn't make it true just because people believe it, Brenda. There has to be factual evidence, and there is not.
No, it
That's
hasn't.
why
You're just talking about Greek mythology
theory.
again.
But there is factual evidence for the existence of gravity. There is.
Greek philosophy.
Can we agree that gravity was changed numerous times?
The theories are improved.
Okay, but the phenomena stay the same.
That's how science works.
So no, that's not how science works. And and see, hold on. Brenda, does gravity have the same amount of pull on all objects on the Earth?
It depends on the mass. It's a force of attraction between any two objects, and it's based on their mass. So it depends on how much mass the objects have, right?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
a massive object exerts more gravitational pull than one with less mass.
Most definitely. I get it.
There's no gravity waves. Where can you find those gravity waves?
Well, they've already
You can't discover those gravity waves. You can't find them. Neil deGrasse Tyson is still looking under his bed for them.
No, you should check the news. They've already found them.
You need to find the waves in order to support the theory. If there's no waves, there's no theory.
Yeah. You know, and frankly,
gravity. Hold
on.
Gravity.
Oh shit.
I'm a fuck with it.
Yeah, let me just say, Brenda, man, we ain't finna keep going in circles with you about this gravity. We're gonna let somebody on the panel change the narrative because you done control the narrative for the past 30, 40 minutes, and it's been a circular argument. So glad to have you on, but we do want to switch it up. Anybody on the panel got anything else to say? Because we beating a dead horse with Brenda with this gravity.
Yeah, it's gravity. I got a good one for Brenda. We don't want to talk to y'all, man. I think all of us as flat earthers, come August 27, we should film this totality solar eclipse happening. Oh yeah. I really want to build on Rahu and Ketu, and I think this might be the chance for us to see them. Oh yeah. I had a good question to build off that, Titan. I was going to ask, Brenda, how would a lunar eclipse, a full lunar eclipse, and during sunrise with the sun totally visible above the horizon?
They'll pop back in. Go ahead, Brenda.
Excuse me, what was that? What was the question? I didn't really understand it. It was really distorted audio.
I think he was asking you, how do you get a solar eclipse with the coming from the moon without the Earth behind it?
I thought you had a car charge,
A lunar eclipse is when the Earth comes between the sun and the moon, right? And it casts its shadow on the moon. Right? We understand that?
Yes,
That's what a lunar eclipse is when.
Yes, it's second grade science, but continue.
When the sun casts a shadow on the moon. So I don't understand what the question is then.
I'm back. I got booted. I was saying, Brenda, how can you explain, a lunar eclipse, a total lunar eclipse in the morning with the sun visible above the horizon? If in the geocentric, the heliocentric model, they're supposed to be all in a straight line. It doesn't work that way.
Well, my understanding is that the explanation for that kind of phenomenon is that the sunlight gets bent in the Earth's atmosphere. If the conditions are just right for that condition, then it is refracted in the atmosphere. So there's a certain amount of refraction that takes place. But is that the right?
Behind the word, there's a sunlight being under the earth to light the moon from the bottom and not from above or from above. So you putting it away to refraction?
I'm not sure. I guess I'm not sure.
That's
because
that's the one for me that kind of definitely just proves away the whole ball Earth theory.
Well, you can look that up.
When you have a complete lunar eclipse in the morning during sunrise with the sun above the horizon, they couldn't be in a straight line. It couldn't happen.
Those are phenomena. That's a phenomenon. You're viewing it. You're actually physically viewing it. That's a phenomenon, not theories that can't be explained. Those aren't phenomena. Those are just bullshit. There's a difference.
So one of the problems with conversations like this is that I get peppered with these questions that I'm not always fully familiar with. I'm really not familiar with the situation that they're talking about. And so I don't always know the answer because I'm here and I'm unprepared.
All right, fair enough. I don't want to do that to you. So, anybody else kind of want give something.
But you can, have you looked up what the answer is for this? I mean, it isn't hard.
Well, I mean, I have my own personal answer. I mean, just things that we're not told in the public school system, and I get my knowledge from Vedic astrology, and that seems to be the only logical answer. Our ancestors were able to predict eclipses with accuracy, far before the globe was ever presented. So, I would tend to think that globe wasn't needed, so.
Like they use pyramids to predict eclipses. So obviously they understood. They aligned it. But I'm saying they also
before globe was ever presented.
You gotta understand that. Just because you understand that there's more pyramids than just the ones in Egypt. I mean, I know people know that, but let's be clear on that. Is that there's pyramids across the earth on a variety of America all the way to China. So apparently the science, in order to really establish the geometry of it, was accurate. And then when people go, oh no, it's, they always think about the ones in Egypt. Those aren't the only fucking pyramids. There's almost maybe hundreds of thousands of them for all we know. And it's one of those things where when we have conversations like this, we have to realize that, there was a little bit more observation going on than there is today.
Well, of course they observed, and they did make predictions of eclipses, and they were reasonably accurate, but the predictions that we can make today are far more accurate to a much greater degree, and the flat Earth cannot even explain eclipses at all.
Brenda, what you just said is horseshit because they can barely get the weather right, man. Like, come on.
Can you predict based on your flat Earth model the next eclipse?
Like the man said, the ancients been doing it for many years. It's people who still have the flat Earth model all around the world who still making the predictions.
So can you?
I have a farmer's almanac from 1792 that does the same thing, and it gives for the next 3 years, actually, Brenda.
Yeah, so I don't know what model the farmer's almanac makes. I would imagine they use the heliocentric model, don't they?
No.
Actually, no, dear, because
I don't know.
Well, check your.
So
I'm just over asking for Brenda's opinion, to be honest. But Sanchez.
Based on the
hold on, go ahead, Brenda.
Yeah, I was gonna say Sanchez. I just want to go over. I guess we were on Dreads talking about a variety of things, but where do the movement of flat Earth, let's say, for example, when it comes to how much propaganda on top of damage control that NASA is doing this past few months, what do you think we, as I guess a intellectual community of science, as well as just trying to live in a place of peace, in a new world of peace, hopefully. You know, how exactly do you think it's going to unfold when they just start doing every damage control imaginable?
Now, I want to answer you thoroughly, so go into the damage control. Now,
just the fact that they're putting implementing you know, laws, as well as you know, freedom of speech acts when it comes to fake news and fake science, on top of you know, protecting the military-industrial complex. That's kind of what I'm saying.
I've been hearing about these speech laws. How serious about they would implement these forms of censorship? Now, we know they already been doing it in a mild way, but I have been hearing about this whole thing. It's a psyop behind. They trying to set where they really making the damn news companies give real news, but these laws gonna really be used against like YouTubers and freedom of speech, some to that nature.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely the Digital Millennia Act, and the Digital Millennia Act basically made everyone not able to have a free market online. So there's no free markets anymore. You have to pay your tax and pay Google and pay whoever. But I'm just talking about the fact that every time I look at NASA or CIA, whatever the case may be, they're going hard on misinforming the people, man. And it just makes me a little discerned, because I see what they've done, you know, in the past with even like in our lifetimes, what you know, these crazy motherfuckers are willing to do.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like I was even hearing that you know, when it comes to CERN and the real science they're doing there is actually just mind control science, and I'm just afraid that we're gonna you know, live in a world where it's too much mind control for us to really get to the.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. It's excellent what's going on. I'm gonna tell you why. The truth starts off as the minority, just like any disease starts off in the body as a simple cough, and then once it duplicates and starts to spread, man, you can't stop it. Let me tell you something about the truth. A disease ain't a threat because it can reproduce at a rapid rate. A disease is a threat when there's no cure for it. So one thing about the truth, once you're awakened to the truth, you can never go back to the lie, unless you're a real sellout that's just gonna live with yourself, hiding that shit for whatever cup amount of money. But you normally never go back. What I want to say is, as long as the truth keep getting out there and it spread on any scale, whether we think it's slow or fast, that's just the way it works. Ultimately, the truth will win, because everybody that's awakened to the truth is a keeper. You know, it's like it's a simple answer for that, man, because even though they going in overtime, that says a lot about the truth. That says you are a threat, that they gotta react. They got to spend more money, increase the budget, make the shit more believable. Why? The truth is actually a threat, you know, and that's the real spiritual war.
What, like, yeah, you know what? That's very true, man. And you know what? Someone told me this, is that this is the knowledge that God promised us. And, you know, I know people will resonate with that, but to me, that gives me a lot of reassurance of just like, you know what? The truth of the matter is stranger than fiction. You know, truth is stranger than fiction most of the time. And I guess what I'm trying to get at is, do you think we're going to fake space travel all the way to 2040 and such and all that?
This is a religion. So this religion gonna continue, you know.
Oh, shit.
It's a religion.
That's crazy, because I don't know if you read the article, but NASA doesn't have enough money to go to Mars now. So all of a sudden, Trump and Buzz and the whole gang, you know, they wanted to go to Mars, and they have all these pods. I don't know if you saw those pods that they made. Mike Pence went to the actual NASA, I think he went to JFK, and he checked out the Mars pods, that rich people, scientists, and normal people can actually ride on. But now all of a sudden, they cut the whole entire Mars in 2030. I don't know if you want to pull up the article or not, but so I don't understand exactly, you know, what kind of sick game, because I have this flat earther who believes in secret space programs. And it's just one of those things where I can't believe in secret space programs. But, you know, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think that it's just like they fucked up and now they just can't do it? And they're just like, well, you know, we fucked up hard or what?
Well, let me say shout out to my brother YK the Truth out there, man. Shout out to that brother. I'm still waiting on a collab with you, my brother YK, man. I got number love for you. I'm so happy that you're in the building. But my brother Brandon, to build on what you saying, what I think is just gonna happen is sort of like what the Bible say, where these people know that their time was limited. Their matrix is a hypnotization. Eventually you snap out of the damn sleepwalk. Everybody eventually does. But you seeing it in your lifetime, I doubt it. But I do seeing everything get restored. I look at us as those first couple of prophets that was spoken of in the Bible when they was having a renaissance of the thinking. We're those modern day prophets using this YouTube thing as like the modern prophets. As above, so below, there is a ritual to life. And most of all of us that's fighting a good fight, been fighting it since this shit was conceived. I do believe coming back and forth to this earth. And I do believe that what they're dealing with is temporal magic as opposed to the non-temporal, the infinite knowledge that exists gonna always wane out the matrix.
Yeah, the internal magic, right? You could say the like universal energy, because I think for me is that what people don't understand is, I mean, you probably know this, Sanchez, but the ultimate thing that they're hiding is free energy. I mean, do you agree with that? That they're hiding atmospheric energy to keep us enslaved overall as a premise? Do you think that's the main? Because to me, it all goes back to that. It all goes back to that energy that we can actually revolutionize things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it does go back to energy, because like you saying, energy is the real currency. And like we really more valuable than the money. We give the money value and create it. So like, yeah, our whole lives is spent sacrificing our energy for these damn controllers. You totally right, man. And hey, welcome to the panel, my brother Dre. How you doing? And I see your sister Spring Lewis on the panel. I don't know which one of y'all arrived first, but I'm glad to have you both here. How you doing?
How you doing, brother?
Hi, brother. How you doing?
What's up, everybody on the panel?
Hello.
Glad to have you here, Dre. Anybody on the panel wanted to build about anything that we've been saying, Sister Spring?
I did have a question. My daughter, she listens as well, and she wanted to know if when you do pass on, if you ever become a different gender, or if you can ever become an animal. I was wondering.
Yeah. Well, different. Can you say something again, sister? Just give me a quick mic check.
Hello?
Okay, yeah, do me a favor. Ask your question again, sister. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, let me turn on my mic up. Yes, I was wondering if when you pass on, can you ever become a different gender? And if you, that was question number one. My second question, that my daughter wanted to know was if you can ever become an animal.
Okay, these are good questions. What I'm gonna say is no one ultimately knows exactly 100% what happened when you die. And I come to all of my conclusions based on me listening to what all of the different ancients said and syncing it together and not saying, well, this one right or that one wrong, but making one story out of all of them. And so that's how I lead to most of my beliefs. Let me say that before I answer. And then I'm gonna say that I'm kind of dualistic on that. There's a lot of ways we could think about that, and that's a good question because the Buddhists do teach that you go through animal forms. They teach that you go back and forth through the different sexes, and you assume androgynous forms where you neither sex in different realms. So it's so many beliefs about how your energy transition, but every religion speak of an afterlife. Even if you say it's hell, they say your energy just being burnt forever or your energy walking streets of gold forever. But we all know our energy won't cease to exist. Now this transitioning, I do think if you was listening earlier, I went over that real good, but you asking about the animal forms and the sex forms. I'm gonna say this. Me personally, I'm kind of iffy on that. I'm 50-50. Part of me says, yeah, I believe what the Buddhists teach, that is a possibility. But also at the same time with that belief, what if we're already all of those forms in different phases or different realms while existing here, like I explained earlier? What if you're a different kind of animal? All of the animals that exist, what if you're one of each at the same time you're here? And what we call reincarnation is going in between. That can go different ways, but the question is, do we turn into different things? And that's an interesting one because me personally, while there's a 50% that says no, it's because a part of me want to believe that a seed is what it is. Like your essence is your essence. Like the moment the peach seed disappear, that fingerprint called a peach disappears from reality, because ultimately what it is a cosmic fingerprint. It's a code that the creator put in this peach seed that tells it when it go in the ground to keep making peach trees, and it's programmed in the seed. So it's like you, I look at us like an individual of fruit, an individual fruit of the Most High, and a unique experience and individual personality that the Most High have, since the Most High is so diverse. And that yeah, I do think that you just are who you are and what you are, and you may just transition as yourself and just stay who you are. So part of me believe that too.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you, brother.
I mean, if I can add something to that, I think when it comes to the environment and the organism, that is something really apparent that is, obviously different, but one cannot live without the other. But when it comes to almost, I guess the reincarnation aspect, you can definitely dive into that and, get into it. But I think for me is that, we're the most intelligent species that we can observe with the human brain, as well as your spinal cord and such. And so I feel like, it's a little bit more than just reincarnation for me. It has to do a lot with the human experience compared to, let's say, an animal kingdom or even a rock or an ocean. I think it's dramatically different.
Right.
Well, at the same time, when you think about that, it's kind of a biased foundation, a biased approach. And the reason I say that, my brother Brandon, is because who's to say we're more intelligent than any other animals out there? You can't. Some of the stuff these animals do is just a miracle, man. Like, these animals are supernatural in a way. When you think about a hummingbird flapping its wings like 100 times every time you blink your eye, defying this gravitational theory. Just all of these animals, man, they're magnificent. So we who's to say who's the most intelligent? you know?
Well, I guess we're the only ones who can formulate the awareness of it, because our brain is powerful, you know. And you know what, Sanchez, I agree with you when it comes to reincarnation, but to me, you know, it's kind of like I'm a man, so how could I be anything else but a man after this?
I agree with you on that. I agree that if there's reincarnation, that yes, you who you are, and you just gonna be that. You are that cosmic seed. So I can see you, I can feel you on that.
Yeah, because you know, when you look at the variety of philosophy and such, it's always about like a hero story or maybe like a triumph story between good and evil, you know, and it's like it's pretty obvious. So for me, it comes back to you know, if we start really utilizing those properties of the truth that humanity has, we could live in a better world, you know. But on the contrary, you have a lot of people who believe in, like you said, the invisible gods. And that's what creates a lot of havoc, you know what I'm saying, right, Sanchez? And there's so much havoc when it comes to these gods that, you know, you end up having, you know, so much generations of bloodshed, and then it kind of, people get out of it. And out of all that bloodshed, people realize a new era of things, you could say. But to really pinpoint our consciousness, like that's where each man falls stupid. You know what I'm saying? To be honest.
Okay.
I feel like that, you know, that consciousness is what we can't really grasp, but we can grasp a lot of things, but consciousness is not. You know?
Why you said we can't pinpoint or grasp consciousness, brother?
Yeah, that's what I mean, is that we can grasp our individual awareness, but like when we start talking metaphysical, then we're just like scientists trying to get to Mars, you know? That's what I mean.
But see, metaphysics is different than what we do. Now, I can't speak for you. I'm more of a philosopher. A metaphysician is different. I did a whole lecture on metaphysics. That's a form of heliocentrism and religion.
I agree with that.
No, yeah, it definitely is. It does take out the human experience. You know, I feel you, but when it comes to, you know, because I'm just trying to go off the basis of what the real world or the worldview is. And I'm just trying to relate to people when it comes to these, you know, like you said, they're pretty outlandish theories. But when it comes to metaphysics, to me, it's like a form of philosophy, you know? And for me, I'm not really a philosopher, I'm more of a visionary, you know? And yeah, we can play with words all day, but
that's exactly what a philosopher is. One who he envisions, yeah. But see, what I'm gonna tell you is this. Humans have always speculated about the hereafter. And those speculations have shaped the way we live in the here now. So there's a significance to the dialogue. Finding that significance is the way of the ancient. Today we spend our whole lives focused on things that disconnect us from out of ourselves. People spend their whole life investing their time into fixing up a car or saving up for this new, Lamborghini. What I'm saying is the ancients spent their lives in the study of the hereafter to see how it was woven into the here now. This is string theory. Think of a woman with a needle and how she weaves a fabric. It's a Trinitarian action where it's two threads on the left and right and like a one in the middle, right? That's the Trinity. That's the bonding agent. That's the G spot. That's the G in the center of it.
So it's a form of physical science, right?
Huh?
You could say.
What you say now?
Is it a form? It's a science, though. That's what I'm saying. It's more of a science than a philosophy, right?
Well, metaphysics. Let's pull it up real quick. Let's look deep into it.
I'm saying, like, even the ancestors, they were doing science as well, just not in lab coats, obviously. So I'm just trying to, like, you know, give a little polarity to, you know, kind of like the interpretation of things. And maybe, you know, maybe what we see as ancient science, it involves more the energy that I always talk about, that kind of energy that we can study from our heartbeat all the way to the Earth's energy. You know, I think the ancestors just tapped into more living organism when it comes to planets and such like that. Like, is that what it means? Like more nature-like energy, right? You could say.
Can you expound a little bit more for me?
I'm saying, like, if you just look at, like, you know, the latest, you know, scientific, you know, discoveries, they're always saying that humans are the most weakest, most fragile, the most of this, the most of that. You know, they're saying all this stuff, but on the contrary, we are also the only conscious creatures that we're aware of. So
why would you say we're the only
we
conscious?
are not the only conscious creatures.
Why, don't you know a tree is a sentient being? Don't you know these same science? Okay, let's go ahead.
But Sanchez, you study man's anatomy, right? You understand that it's the divine more than anything.
But see, what I'm telling you is not only do I study man's anatomy, I study the fractal makeup of his environment and see how he's interwovenly connected to it. That's thinking holistically. And when I do that, what I find, Brandon, is that when you look at a flower, you can see the anatomy of a human in it.
No, yeah, I'm not disputing the relationship between the environment or not. I'm just speculating on the different philosophies that a lot of people, you know, they get stuck into, you know. So, you know, what we have right now is, you know, heliocentric model and such like that. But I'm just kind of getting off is the ancestors, were they necessarily men of science, or were they just men of just living in peace? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I'm trying to speculate. Are they like HARP, where they're like gathering all the information and all the energy, and they're just like wanting to just get all the energy and fuck us? Because it seems like they're not those kind of people. So that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah. So when I go back to all the way back to the untampered with times, or the days on Earth, what some call the golden age, I do see a type of human that was balanced, that only we only learned enough to quench our curiosity. Man, that's supposed to be. So this is the way I see the Earth. If you think of man living upon this earth, and what happened over time for us to go to the state we used to be to where we are at now, basically, I think that's what you're trying to get at. And I want to go from that era to now. So before I do that, am I right about that, Brandon?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so yeah, man, that's all I'm trying to see, because basically, I would say that the balance and non-balance is all that exists. And there's a time right now where we're just in a non-balanced state. And whenever humanity is in that time, that's called hell. Now, how we got into this, I would say, like I explain in all of my videos, based on the polarities, there's a Trinitarian aspect to reality, meaning that you got a third eye. Everything you see with your two eyes, if you don't interpret this reality right, you can create a hell on this plane. This is where we, us magicians, come to manifest. You here creating a reality, Brandon, whether you want to admit it or not. But the thing is, what's inside of your mind determines the life you live, how you interact with this reality and perceive it. So the controllers of our reality has gotten in between what we see with our eyes and how we process that information with our third eye. So they have hijacked the seat of the soul. You're not interpreting your own reality. Someone is doing it for you, and they're giving you a nightmare. So what happens is, that's the simple matrix. Humans on this earth not interfacing with the creation the way we was programmed to interface with it according to the divine. We are programmed to go against it because we're in a synthetic reality now that was created by when the balance was lost and we left the garden. Now that's where it get deep, because we all can formulate stories on how we left the garden or the golden ages. And I would say that it was based on the male species itself breaking natural laws, breaking Ma'atian laws. You will notice that even the biblical religion will tell you that the law was ended in the Old Testament. We're in the New Testament now, meaning the day where the law is gone. It's chaos. It's the law of do what thou wilt. So the earth is suffering in a collective consciousness of man based on consensus and agreement to believe in this reality. But the moment we change our perception with it, and because it's all about being holy, or what they saying, seeing holistically. Syncretism is an act of string theory where you weave together your reality. When you look at the Mason deity, the grand architect, it has all of the religions of the world surrounding the compass and square. That's their representation of that deity. They're telling you that all of the deities they seeded to mankind to make us divided are all of the deities that in secrecy they sip coffee, and they know all of these deities aren't real. They use them to control us with. They worship an entity that's a collective of all of them. So they're practicing string theory. They're weaving together all of these texts and these booklets and these languages, because there's Masons on every continent, and they getting a universal truth. Even with the sound, by blending all of their languages together, they able to create their own language that you don't even know. So Masons got a own writing system dealing with sacred geometry. And until you tap into that, you don't see what they hiding and how it divides us but unifies them. It makes them live a better quality of life than you, based on them utilizing that third eye that they got us to call a reptile eye, and all of that stuff. But I can go on and on with this, but
Yeah, so is it primarily the transition between holistic energy and then Gnostic, or what?
Hey, shout out to Patricia Steer. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome to the show. Shout out to Flat Earth and other hot potatoes.
Brandon, I think their energy back then was, and their intent was totally different than our intent today, because you have to think, in their time, they were the greatest scientists, doctors, and everything that you could possibly imagine in its purest state, meaning that there wasn't the same intent that we have today in a profit-driven society. Back then, there wasn't the same type of technology that we have today. Their technology was at its height in its day. And they were more in tune with the earth, and the where they were was not made up. It was, they were living in that actual time and believed what the truth was. And that is a big disconnect from what we see today. That's why we have such a hard time marrying the two, because we have that breakdown, because our intent, those who are in power, is totally different from when nature was in power and in control of man, and man respected and loved nature because they knew that that was all they had. We're taken away from that in today's society because of a shift in power and consciousness that we don't possess at this point because of the breakdown.
And that's true, sister. That goes back to exactly what I was saying. We broke the laws with nature, and now you under the laws of man. And when man established laws on top of nature's laws, there's chaos. Can't nobody keep the balance like the energy that's creating the circuit of the sun and moon. So man is at the steering wheel now, whereas nature was. We was at her mercy. We moved according to how the plants grew. We planned according to the seasons. We was at her mercy, whereas man now dam off all the rivers, and now we depending on man. He hijacked the trees and put the stuff on shelves, take you from off nature's nipple, and now you under his laws, which is chaos. So that's in a nutshell what happened. Hey, let me say shout out to Patricia Steer. She gave a donation, guys. Much love to you, sister. Thank you for the donation. Hey, you guys, make sure y'all subscribe to Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes as well. So, Brandon, I hope that pretty much answer you. Sassy said it. Hey, man, she hit it on the head. So,
yeah,
it's because you put it in that higher term. I don't think Brandon can digest, but when I hear you speak, this is what I get out of it. It's not only what I know, but it gives me the terminology to support what I know in layman's term, basically.
Not only that, but just if I can touch on it real quick, I think that's one of excuse me, that's one of the problems with us as human beings. We assume that we are the most intelligent, thing on the plane or whatever you want to call it, solely because we control things. But if you take all the ancients into account and look at how they lived their lives in conjunction with nature and how everything was basically, unified or synchronistic, that's where we fall short nowadays, is because the people that run the show, they think that they are the most intelligent, but yet, they can't really claim that because nature itself is the most intelligent, and everything that's connected to nature is indeed sentient and, conscious. Just because we don't necessarily see it that way because it's not making things or it's not so-called building societies, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're the most intelligent, smartest thing. That just shows you that we're screwed up.
I totally agree with that, Dre. I think that everything on this earth is equally intelligent, but I think that humans we've digressed. We've abandoned who we really are to create this world that we see today. But I think that's being a dead horse. We know how we get to this point. But what I'm gonna say is part of it is the true spirituality that nature gave us all, and that voice inside, just a simple consciousness. Like I say, earth is the heart chakra of the Most High. And in order for you to coexist on this earth in balance, every human have to act from their heart chakra, because we're in the heart chakra of the Most High. So that's the answer right there. But you see how they create this polarity of division is by they keep this dialectic going, this polarity going, and it keeps us away from the pole, mentally, physically, spiritually. You can't go to the North Pole in a plane. You can't go to the pole in your brain, which is the third eye, because somebody in between what you see with your eyes and how you interpret what you see. So you go outside and see the truth, but open the book and see the lie. And now what you would have interpreted out of the truth would have been just what the Creator wanted you to interpret, to communicate with you and give you a message to the spirit. But when they hijack the seat of the soul, the third eye, we're blind. We're blind from the inside out because we don't see with these two eyes. We really see from within. So you notice that the controllers deal with a lot of symbolism. It's a subconscious spiritual warfare.
Yo, Sanchez, let me tap on one thing too. What do you know about the oil, the sacred oil that is supposedly a type of ancient remnants of this, like the holy grail of, let's say, medicine and DMT ultimately, that they used to implement in the pineal gland? Do you know anything about this old school oil? Okay. So it's not really an elixir. So would it be necessarily the orgasm it's talking about?
So I think I'm gonna have to repeat what was just said because I may have been muted, but I'm gonna sum it up by saying that this DMT is a form of, like I said, melanin, serotonin, this dark matter, this dark substance, right? It's produced in so many ways, and that's just a microcosmic form of the true darkness. All right. So what I'm saying is, it's not an elixir. You can activate it through the mushrooms and all of that, of course. But what I'm saying is, it's nothing you got to ultimately introduce into the body other than proper thinking, and the body will balance itself out and kick any of them chemicals out for you whenever you need it. Your body was put to serve you in. You live in your body, and it made to serve you, but you got to serve it though. So like, any drug you take is not introducing a new thing into your body. It's just a medium that's making you naturally release shit that's already in you. Like when you smoke weed, it's not really the weed making you high. It's a weed that's the conduit that's releasing the shit in your brain that makes you high. It's already the shit that make you high in you. The weed, when you hit it, just release a overload of it. For example, you can get there without using these conduits. It's some people that can be higher than you out the meditation without hitting no blunt, and they release actual chemicals that's already in their body that you have to use certain drugs to release for you because you don't have demand over your vessel. So a lot of us today, we use these certain herbs and stuff, but the body naturally can do it.
Hey, Brandon, I got a question for you real quick. Were you possibly speaking to something like hemp oil or something like that?
I mean, I was just reading just some type of Egyptian, this Egyptian article, and it talks about this type of oil. But it's all natural though. It's not like you can go buy it or go pick it up from the ground. I think it's like some cosmic oil in your head, in your brain. And and the article was specifying that that the orgasm is the oil part of our brain and a part of our lower half. And it just made me like contemplate that once you orgasm, then all that energy in which you had, like what Sanchez was talking about prior, it just kind of made me think about that. That once you do orgasm, Sanchez, do you release all that, let's say, holistic energy or that ancient science, or what do you think about that?
When you have an orgasm, do you basically release your consciousness, your wit?
Yeah, because that's kind of what this thing was saying, is that it was specifying what you were talking about, the fall of humans. Well, not to say the fall, I mean, that's kind of a little dramatic, but, just kind of like the unbalancing of nations is built off of lust, which is the orgasm and such.
No, the evil of nations, or the unbalance of nations, is not built off lust. It's really built off a lack of compassion and greed. So yeah, you could say lust, but not in a sexual way. We lusting for the wrong things. So I would agree in that way, just to simplify it.
Yeah, I mean, I was just talking about, I feel like every time I talk, I'm talking in a retrospect aspect of like, your thoughts on it, not necessarily my viewpoint, but just, do you think the orgasm has anything to do with releasing that information, or let's say it's harming you, let's say in a form of energy and gaining clarity and energy, you know what I'm saying? What do you think the orgasm is? You know what I'm saying?
I would think that the sperm that's in a man's scrotum is different miniature versions of himself. I can dig that concept, but what I'm gonna say is, if anything gets released, it's included in that. So just like if you go to a tree and pick an orange off of the tree, there are so many orange seeds in that one orange, and either one of them will make an orange tree, and it'll have the DNA of the orange that you pick. So, like, when I think of all of the sperms, it goes back to the multidimensional aspect of the self. You are existing in the flesh and also as a bunch of billions of duplicates in your own self. You see what I'm saying? So it's like reproducing is crazy because it happens in the spiritual and physical, but just to sum this up, all of the information that makes Brandon is in that one seed. You know what I mean? Or the 50% of that information dealing with logic, dealing with rationale, the male side, okay, would be included in that sperm. The other 50 would be in the egg. You know what I mean? That intuition, divine feminine part of yourself dealing with the third eye. But, you know, I can get deep into my beliefs, but yeah, that's the way I see it. I went over it earlier real deep, so I don't really want to beat a dead horse. But that's the best way I can answer you, Brandon. It's a tricky question there. Yeah, that's a true statement, Flat Earth Watts. I went into that earlier. The earth is the heart chakra of the Most High. The heart chakra is the green chakra. And that's why they say when you on earth, you got to think green, have a green thumb. This being compassionate, nothing hunting nothing. That was once an earth where nothing was prey and predator. You know, being green mean the relationship we had with the plants. We broke the covenant with nature and left her nipple. Now we depending on the slaughterhouse. We in vampire societies. But I can go deep with this. You know, playing with the color green gets to be spiritual. Each color represent a resonant frequency. So that green heart chakra sits between the yellow chakra that's below it, which is the sacral chakra, I believe. And below that, let me say above that would be the blue throat chakra. So let me see if I can get out a chakra chart. Because the colors are very symbolic, being that when you look at these, and the middle chakra, the heart chakra, is in the middle. If you look at this chakra system, what you're looking at is the 7 days of the week, the 7 wandering stars, what's called a Jewish menorah. And you can see that the middle peak is the highest, dealing with the third eye. The third eye is equivalent to the heart chakra, and it's also connected to, of course, the third eye chakra and a sacral chakra. So you got to read this chart correctly. You got to look at what it's telling you based on the way the colors are added. For example, the throat chakra is blue, dealing with communication, but the solar plexus chakra is yellow, dealing with wisdom and power, and yellow plus blue equals green. So they merge into the heart chakra, which is love and healing. And what this is telling you is that when we learn how to communicate based on wisdom and power, we'll have the language of love that we need to live through the heart chakra on this earth. It's all about communication and wisdom, which is wisdom. The dome is the third eye. So that solar plexus chakra is the diaphragm, what's coming from below the gut. That's a mind of its own. The human have 3 different minds. You think with your mind, which is connected to the brain and the third eye, and you also think with your heart. You also think with your solar plexus is where you have your feelings of fear, flight, running, being scared. That's a brain, your stomach having that suspense feeling, telling you to take off running. So it's actually a thinking system right there in the gut when you're dealing with fight and flight. But when you rise above to the third eye, that's ultimately what's the main interpreter, or the Mercury, the messenger chakra. And when you deal with blue, that's dealing with water. That's dealing with currency, the conduit, what transfer all the elements throughout the earth. But when you mix communication with wisdom and power, you always get love and healing, because we know how to talk to one another without flaring up. See, they teach this stuff. They disconnect us from these chakras. They create the type of people that's non-compassionate. Like I said, to live on the earth, you got to be connected to the heart chakra, because when you look at the cosmos, that's the third eye. That's the, hold on, let me show you. For example, anybody can cut me off when they get ready, because I don't want y'all to think I'm being long-winded. I'm looking for this Sumerian cosmos. Let me find this thing.
Yeah, Sanchez, I just want to bring up something real quick. I'm going to share my screen for a moment.
Okay, I'm trying to find something real quick, and I'll share the screen with you in just a minute. I'm gonna have to shut mine down.
I think I put this up on Threads, but
hold up, say that again.
I said I brought this up on Dreads, but no one really listened to me. But so right now, this article that they came out with is all these scientists are coming to a conclusion. And obviously, it's probably like a bunch of propaganda, but
yeah, you don't want me to you don't want me to finish about the heart chakra?
No, yeah, no, go ahead. I thought you were just building on it. You know, that's cool. No, I was gonna say, like, now they're saying humans aren't from Earth.
Yeah, I don't really like to give them a lot of our attention. When we get on the deep stuff dealing with this third eye and the disconnection they did, then you know, we can go on and on about how dumb as hell they are, and you know, the hoaxing and the shit they talk about every day, man. Bill Nye, and you know, this the stuff that they don't want us talking about though. Because actually, we can talk about secret societies all day, but if you don't reveal the secret, you ain't no damn threat. So I'm revealing the secret right now, other than just talking about the secret society. So that's why when you get me going with this chakra system and our connection to this cosmos, you get me on a different frequency other than just, you know, look at what they doing. You know what I mean? Not to be offensive. But if y'all want to get into that, I can shut my screen down and we can change it. Because I was finna get ready to go deep into all of the pineal gland and stuff. But again, this was supposed to be like something me and Santos did, so I kind of wanted to make up for him postponing by giving us a little of that information that I was gonna share. But it don't matter. I'm here for y'all.
Go ahead.
Go deep, bro. Nah, do that, yo. Let that information out, bro. Do that.
Yeah, basically just to show y'all this whole thing. Yeah, you have to be watching this on the YouTube video to my panelists. Otherwise, you ain't gonna see the illustrations that I'm presenting. But this triangle is deep, man. Let me try to break it down for you with some pictures. So let's start off with this one. We see how Mama Kali, both of her eyes form the third eye up there. And I showed y'all in previous videos how when you merge your eyes together, it revealed that slit. But that's ultimately what creates what you see, and we existing in the third eye of the creator, as you can see in this little diagram, where the underworld meets the heavens above. In the center is where the serpent is. Remember, serpent is present. So consciousness has a stage for itself called the earth or the heart. Again, the heart chakra. Earth is green. The word earth is heart, just like the word serpent is present. So you can see here where the earth plane is, for example, in the ancient cosmos. It makes that yoni type slit shape based on those two circles coming together. So that's the same thing that your eyes do and remember, the serpent is the hidden one. So you can't see your third eye, but it's there. And when you deal with sacred geometry, you can see it when you take two eye shapes and you merge them like I always show y'all here. Basically, hold on. Yeah, basically this is what they show us in all of the symbolism. Like for example, they'll give you this stuff right here. And I do this because it's sacred geometry. You get that third eye in the middle, that became the reptilian eye. But you can continue this and you can do this right here. And now you go into a different part of this thing. You building up in between the layers, but I don't want to take us there yet because this dealing with the Celtic knot. This when you start moving up and perceiving into the quantum scale of your reality. But that's complex. This is what you get for the trident, this full initiation getting to the crown chakra when this takes the form of Ma'at, balancing the scales. Hey, do me a favor, panelists, mute your mics for me if you don't mind. What I'll do is, yeah, and so this is what you get for Albertsons. This is what you get for Adidas. This is what you get for Mitsubishi, State Farm. You know, all of those, they're dealing with that. But what I'm telling you right now is basics. How we need to learn to see with the third eye, like how it's showing you with the earth. The third eye for the cosmos would be the earth plane. Like we see with this chart, where the peak at would be self-consciousness of the cosmos. But everything we do is a trinity. And the third person or the Holy Ghost view is ultimately what you need to master to shape your reality, because it ain't what you see, it's what you interpret what you see, what ultimately mirrors itself back to you and shape the very life you live in. The universe spit it back out to you. So you can see this boomerang effect even on this cosmos of how this energy mirrors itself and come in and out as above, so below, even when we deal with the earth. But this gets real deep because this football type shape is the eye. How they said we live on a creator's eye, but your eye is also your heart because we see from the darkness. You make every decision based on the heart, or that's what should ultimately determine your decision. That's why the heart chakra is dead in the middle. It's in the middle, and what color is it? It's green. What color is the reptile? Green. What color is the serpent? Green. Where is it? In the middle of the tree. So the heart chakra is the tip of the pyramid. You looking at the pyramid from the top view when you look at these chakras. And there's a inclination as you work your way up from each side, from the root to the crown, and the peak is the heart chakra, which ultimately makes the decision. You ultimately think with your heart before you shoot that person or before you make any decision. No matter what you think with the brain or when you excited, when you in the gut with the solar plexus chakra, it's the heart that ultimately tells you, you know you shouldn't be doing this. That's the voice of consciousness of compassion that we need, like it said, love and healing, balance to create heaven on earth. And long as they keep us being mean and envious and hating each other, that's the simple truth, what creates discord. Because discord is being disconnected from the cord. And the cord is the heart chakra. But it's connected to the third eye, which interprets this reality. So it's easy for you to have no compassion if you interpreting your eyes through the eyes of the evil ones. It's easy for you to blow your brother's brain out based on them hijacking the third eye. You will ignore the heart chakra and you will fucking shoot somebody even though your heart telling you is wrong, because they got you disconnected from the third eye, which would really interpret the action to the heart and ultimately make that decision. But it's easy to ignore the heart and compassion when they got you thinking that you tough and thinking of ego, which is all dealing with the third eye. So everything you hear in these communities about getting in touch with the higher self and don't get in touch with the lower self is stupidity. You need to get in touch with the center self, the heart chakra. And that's what happens when you combine all of these chakras from the crown, from the root, and meet yourself at the center. So the journey to the center of the earth is really a journey to the center of the heart of yourself. And it's really deep, man, because everything happens and manifests there. Just like this Jewish menorah, again, that peak is the heart chakra, which is connected to the third eye, all right, which is connected to the sacral chakra. All of those blue and orange chakras will make any shade of green on the color spectrum. So when you deal with the dark blues and light blues with the third eye chakra and throat chakra, and you deal with the solar plexus and sacral chakra, any of those shades of blues and orange from yellow will create a shade of green and get you back to the heart chakra. So we ultimately get to the same place in different shades, but we gotta get balance. So that's how you read this chart. You work your way from each end to the center. You don't think linear when you deal with alchemy. For example, how they teach us to add today, like 2 + 2 is 4. That's the wrong way to add. The answer isn't at the end, it's in the center. So when you look at the trinity of anything, there's a peak. So the proper way to add, for example, if you take the alphabet 3 that deals with this law of trinity that creates this third eye. Now they want this eye cursed because this is the one that ties this thing together, which is an act of string theory, and give you a unified perspective which will create balance in your life. But when we talk about the Trinity, which is the 3, what we want to keep in mind is that, hold up a minute, and I'm gonna fall back after this. I don't know if I disconnected, man. Am I still good to my panelists? Are y'all still connected with me? Did we drop off for a minute on the live stream? It showed that the chat disconnected on me for a minute. You know which part it dropped off? Yeah. So I'm going to just pick up where I left off. I don't know how much of that they missed. But basically, to add, you make a polarity of the thing that you blending, and the 3 is a trinity. So you can see when I make this polarity of the tree and invert it with itself as above, so below, yin and yang, this is how you add, y'all. This is how you add in sacred geometry. So when you start connecting these, you can see before I even make it and can make that connection, you can see the symbol come to life of a monarch butterfly. And when you say monarch butterfly, monarch means moon arc, dealing with the phases of the moon, which is a trinitarian phase. All right, the phases of the moon deal with this way of adding that I'm showing you, based on the moon phases going, making polarities of itself and meeting itself in the middle to create that full moon, which would be the cosmic eye or the event. When you say even, that event is even. And you got the word Ven there too, dealing with Venus. So what I'm showing you is the Trinitarian aspect. This is the polarity. The pole is the butterfly, the child of them both. It's not a linear addition. So the more I go forward with this 3, it still makes symbols that's dealing with infinity, such as the butterfly. Right now you can see the X marking the spot, which is the X chromosome of the mother. This is the conunga that is starting to make now. We left the butterfly. Now as it merged, we get the symbol 8 for eternity. And this whole process of marrying creates infinity from beginning to end until ultimately it creates. See, the Trinity the first triangular number is 3. It's the first stable structure once you get past the dot. And the 2 is just the act of combining them like I'm doing now. That's the polarity. 2 is do. That's a verb. Dos mean to practice this alchemic magic of yin and yang right here. I just double it up right now, like Nike say, just do it. And to do it or dose it up, give it a dosage. Dealing with it is simply to do this. Now, if anything you do with this or create a ballot symbol, It'll create something that's balanced. Anything you make a polarity of and merge together will make a stable structure. But it's the act of polarity. And see, right now, ultimately, we get a symbol that's called the Adinkra as we do the full eclipse of that. And you can see in the middle, what you get at the end of it all is what started it all, which is, let me show you, the yoni itself. You can see it's real blurred, but you know, you get the yoni back at the end, right here in the middle. Kind of blurred, but yeah. But this is deep stuff, man. And this would be the horns of the moon goddess or the serpent goddess with her legs open. All of this. See, this sacred geometry is really deep, man. I really have fun with it. But
because I'm really interested. I'm trying to figure it out. You know, every moment's like really. So.
You know what?
So
let me
how
ask,
does it?
I've been having some mic problems. Everything that I was just going over, was the people able to hear it? Was the chat ever to hear what I said?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I mean, it said it was back online.
Okay, well, just to summarize it, what I just did with the paint imagery was showing you how we really supposed to add. So if y'all heard everything I just did in paint, give me a 1 in the chat room so I can let Brandon go ahead and build, because I've been having my mic go in and out. I'm practicing these headphones right now. Okay, they said they heard everything I just did. My bad, Brandon. My bad. Go ahead, brother.
It's all good, man. We're dealing with some crazy motherfuckers, so they're always trying to cut our shit. So,
you right.
What was I gonna say? So how does that correlate with the planetary system? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, how does that work, man?
Well, far as I'm concerned, each of the 7 wandering stars, which include the sun and moon, correlates to a different chakra. But it's crazy because what I want to do now, for example, is let's pull up the planets, right? Let's pull up the planets so we can have an idea with the chakra system, how they correlate. I think
I'm about to go down the rabbit hole. Shit.
Yeah, I think this will be dope. But we know this system that they got is stupid. We know that the earth is in the center of all of this, but what I'm doing is so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That'll give us that's 8. And it's crazy. So we get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So in essence, are there 9 wandering stars? What are we missing? Because it's really 7 wandering stars, including the sun and moon, and it don't include the earth. Earth is not a planet. So what I'm thinking, because they don't got Pluto on here, I'm thinking some of these planets, there's something here. It got something to do with why they removed Pluto as well.
I think Pluto was just a dog. You know?
It was just a what now? Yeah, you're right. It was just a dog. You're right.
Programmed some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
I think they were, man. Because wasn't it like an ice, like barely marble? Like it's an ice ball. Like, come on, it's a joke.
Mm-hmm. But what I'll say is really deep. This whole third eye science. What I wanted to show y'all real quick before I move on is a collage that I made that'll tie in to you about this sweet spot, this G spot. You remember Mortal Kombat. It's a good way to teach what I'm telling you, how it go with the chakras. They be telling us this stuff in the video games and all the stuff. and they don't tell us what it means. Like I told you, when we add, the sum is in the middle, just like you see with this chart. You see that trinity down there, that Egyptian trinity. The sum of that polarity is in the middle, not at the end, how they teach us to add the day. The ancestors didn't deal with amounts. Amounts what creates their matrix of division. So if you research what panning is, you can see how the whole numerical system created a synthetic matrix. If all that exists is infinity and infinite energy, the whole concept of amounts is an illusion. Because when you say amount, the word amount got the root word of mount in it, dealing with the mountain, because the amount is the end conclusion, the summit, the summary, the sum of it all, which is at the center. You know, the peak of the mountain or the peak of the pyramid is at the center. So they make us put the answer at the end. But the ancestors didn't add their numbers in numerical ways. They added them the way I just showed you here in paint, how I brought the threes together in polarities dealing with sacred geometry. That's all the ancestors dealt with. They didn't have a damn symbol to measure infinity. You know, they knew they was in infinity. That was the golden days. So we had a symbolic connection to the earth dealing with sacred geometry. Math was different. Remember, when you get up into the math classes, that's the most skilled math classes, it's not dealing with adding and subtracting. It's dealing with shapes, sacred geometry when you get into algebra. And the word algebra is an Arabic word. So think about it. It's dealing with a religion. It's a form of speaking for the creation. It was an original religion, what we call algebra. All right, dealing with this sacred geometry, the way we's really supposed to add. When you say add, that's the root word of Adam. Adam. And when you look at an atom, you will see the original microcosmic trinity that starts as a basic of this whole reality we in. Everything is built on a trinity effect or an event happening. The trinity is the event or the sum. So this is deep because the peak is the beak. It's the part of the bird that forms a point from the back of its legs. All of that energy that creates the shape of the bird goes out into the wings, which makes the bird a bird. And there's a centrifugal force right there on the wings when you deal with the frequency of the whole the aerodynamic design of the bird, and then it goes into the peak. And that's what ultimately powers the bird. It's intake from the mouth. So we've been our connection with the fruit, with the plants. It's all connected to our connection with how we perceive the earth, and which is why the controllers want to control all aspects. Your diet, the way you think, what you see, all of that. Their ability to get in between what we see and eat is them hijacking the seat of the soul. So this third eye, the one that balances your reality, it never make it to that. You have not activated that, because soon as it go through your eyes and your mouth, it's being interpreted by the controllers. We don't. So now when we start going back into reasoning and balance and learn how to see our reality, is intuition dealing with the third eye. It's not no spooky stuff of opening up these codes and all of these. Yeah, you opening up a gateway because the mind is made out of a network of nerves. And anytime you have a new sequence of thoughts, when you change your way of thinking, your DNA, your biology change. The brain start to form new highways and connect. Wisdom is start to be formed. The networks of the brain expand. If you can see it under a microscope, it'll look like an electricity circuit, all of these electric sort of highways like they give you with the heliocentric cosmos, and it'll be all of these highways, and they would create more roads and venues to make you transfer information quickly. That's called wisdom. And the more highways you create, the more decorative your crown is. This is the crown being decorated. every time these new highways are formed, this crown of wisdom. So wise dome, and it's all linked to you tapping into the serpent energy. Remember, to tap into the Trinitarian energy or the serpent energy is to tap into the tree of life within yourself, which is the heart chakra. Remember, blue plus yellow makes green. So that's what you get when you get Sub-Zero and Scorpion, which is the polarity, cold and hot, blue and yellow, coming together to make Reptile. And Reptile is the serpent. You know, he can make the fire like Sub-Zero, and he can freeze you too. So he got the power of them both. He's the summit, the one around the tree that spoke the balance, or Ma'at, or the heart chakra, which is the serpent chakra. Because to gain access to that is to gain access with reasoning, and intuition is all connected when you look at this chakra system. You got to combine Sub-Zero with Scorpion and become Reptile. The Mercury in it, the summit, which is love, healing. It's the sum of all of your communication and your wisdom and power. It produces a more loving creature, like an old senior. They're more loving with all of their wisdom and all of their communication, you know. I know that was long-winded.
No, it's all good, man. We're all listening, you know, it's all good. So why does it correlate exactly with a snake?
Because the snake takes the form of the sine wave, which is the primordial source. The sine wave is the sound wave. Sound is the vibration of life. The darkness had a voice, and light is a resort or the summit of the sound that spoke it into existence. So the creator ultimately had a dialogue with the self that we're having now. It's this sound, this language we're using on this panel, this rhetoric that's opening new areas of the brain and expanding consciousness. So sound is the ultimate dictator. Everything is a form of sound, even what you visually see, because sound ain't limited to what you hear. Again, sound is sign, and everything has a sound frequency. Even the darkness is emitting a subtle sound called silence, and silence is a sound. It's the most purest sound in the cosmos that you go to at sleep at night, because sound is birthed from silence, just like light is birthed from darkness and numbers are birthed from zero. So this resonant string theory type feminine energy, and the reason it's feminine because it's a weaving type reality where everything is sandwiched in between the darkness or the silence. Every day is separated by sleep, and every couple of seconds is separated by a blink, and every lifetime is separated by a macrocosm sleep, which is a life and death and rebirth. So it's a continuum, and it's all determined what you create in any of these realities based on how you perceiving them. What you don't know will hurt you. For example, if you don't know glass ahead and you got no shoes on, and nobody tell you to watch your step, you hurt your feet. So basically it's simple stuff. Why the serpent? Because the ancestors didn't spell. Spelling is a curse. The serpent is a S-shaped creature that the ancestors used just to symbolize the sine wave. When you look at a sine wave, I can pull up an example of it for you right now real quick. Hold up a minute. When you look at a sine wave, you're looking at a squiggly wave connected to a straight line. And I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. Hold on a minute. Let me find, hold up. I got to fucking shut all of this back out the way to find this. Give me a minute, guys. I'm going to show you how all of this stuff was hidden. Cool. I think we back and we rolling. Yeah. So yeah, I got my folder open. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If you look at the top there, that's a sine wave. It's just a squiggly line on a pole. And that became the serpent around the tree in the Garden of Eden. This is the voice that spoke the creation into existence. This is the primordial wave of Nu, the cosmic sea. This predates the waters above. The water is just a microcosmic expression or a more dense form of this wave. All right, this subtle vibration is equivalent to the darkness or silence that you go to at sleep. And the ancestors knew about this before these people gave us these little pretty charts in front of you. But the ancestors, they depicted it as a serpent around a tree because they was creative. Now, the people who gave you this, they gave you the serpent around the tree and told you that's evil to disconnect you from the real knowledge what I'm giving you. This is also the dollar sign. The dollar sign is the S with the line in it because this is the original currency. Remember, this wave flow in currents. All right, this is the sperm cell traveling to the egg. This is the archbow that creates tension at the center. Everywhere this line intersects with that pole, that's an X. That's marking a spot where tension is. The root word of tension is 10, dealing with the binary code, what forms the tent. Remember, when you deal with a pyramid or a tent, the tension is at the center or the zenith. It's going through the center of the thing, just like a pineapple stalk. And it's resting all of the energy, creating balance. This is what they showing you here. This is how we even make an arch bow. The arrow can't take flight if you don't pull it from the center. We can't take flight if we don't pull our energy from the center of the earth. If you don't pull your energy from your mother's center with that umbilical cord, and when you break the covenant with her body, you are hooked up to the earth body. And you become connected to the North Pole or the earth umbilical cord. Microcosm, macrocosm. This is called string theory, because when you look at this wave, anybody that know if Sass is still on a panel, she can tell you that this is how you needle and thread and make knits and blankets. This is how women braid hair. So the creator made DNA this way. Everything emanates from this wave and spirals into existence from the fetal position in a spiral from this wave. We can't escape it, and it became the serpent. So the third eye is the one that grants your wishes by interpreting your reality to you. And it's deep because it's the genie that's in the lamp, and you know the genie don't have any legs because the genie is representative of the Nagini. The Nagini is the half human, half serpent, dealing with you tapping into your third eye. It's dealing with you becoming half of you is the two eyes, and the other half should be the end result of that tail. The tail is the end. And ultimately, when you see the Nagini, the ancestors is telling you to ultimately perceive your reality through the reptilian eye or the third eye, the one that interprets it balanced. When you don't do that, you're not seeing right. We see from the darkness, not the light. What you see in the light is being interpreted in the darkness by that serpent that's wrapped around the tree. And that serpent that's wrapped around the tree is your third eye, as you can see in this collage. It's the summit or the result of what you see through your two eyes. It mirrors back to you and creates your life based on how you interpret it from this darkness within. So you don't see reality in the light. We create it from the darkness, and what we see is a result of what was created in the darkness. So what you see in the light is just an end result of how you perceived it when it passed through that third eye. It's the summit. It's the amount, because the in amount is the peak of the mountain. It's the reptile. Again, in Mortal Kombat, as you can see here, it would be the reptilian energy. So reptile, just because they're green, and reptiles have scales, and scales deal with balance, and reptiles move like the sine wave. All reptiles either drag their tail in a duot motion, creating balance, like the snake move left to right, like yin and yang, and it moves forward based on moving left to right. So our ancestors studied the snake to learn how to balance energy and even create electricity and all of that. So the snake don't move forward. It continuously moves left and right, and by doing that, it moves forward. This is centering, grounding. So it's the G at the middle of the Masonic compass and square, and the bow tie, because it's a tying of the bows. When you look at the ancient cosmos, the earth would be the tie. It would be the tie, and the firmament would be one bowl, and the underground would be another bowl, and the earth would be the tie. So it's a bow tie. You know what I mean? It's a tied up bowl or a braid, a symbol 8. And this happens, it mirrors itself throughout. It's like a blanket, an infinite blanket. So we live on an infinite earth plane, but there's an infinite reality that's a blanket of just pure consciousness woven together to create one thing. Even when you say infinity, it's a large so-called amount, but it's one thing, all right? It's just infinite centering or infinite energy, an infinite act of balance by the master weaver or the divine mother. So I'm gonna fall back because I know I've said a lot.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Sanchez.
Hey, you guys are welcome. Thank you for asking these questions.
So Sanchez, can you get a little bit more into how does the celestial bodies, when we observe them, is there any significance to those energies when we're dealing with eras?
When we're dealing with arrows?
No, like eras, like spans of time.
Oh, I would say no, because to me, time is really an illusion. There's no time within infinity. So thinking holistically is actually going outside of time and actually what they call transmuting time or space and tapping into the fractal connection with the self. There's so many different forms of yourself that create this ultimate experience, and by neglecting one, you will perceive it off balance. But there's no connection to for example, the circuit of those celestial bodies above creates a illusion of time based on how we've been taught to interpret them. But
hey, Sanchez, you're kind of cutting out. You should wait a minute.
Okay, it's showing good on my side, but let me check my signal on YouTube before I go further.
Bro knows best.
Seems like we kind of moderate as far as connection go. If I'm good now, I'll continue and I'll be brief. And I'll say that time is really an illusion. Once we understand string theory or syncretism, time is inhaling and exhaling. This circuit, this movement is it's actually the same thing that's happening on different levels throughout all time. For example, what time is the clock itself bound to? You see what I'm saying? The clock represents the third eye, the one that's even giving you the minute hand and hour hand. It's balancing the scales. So it's getting past the polarity and focusing on the pole itself, because that's the point. When you look at a pole from the top view, that's a point. So like they said, get to the point. It's asking the right questions that different people gonna ask different questions about this same reality in order to weave it all together based on this string theory. We are all weavers. The third eye is what meshes together the vision between the left and right eye. You're seeing two images, But when you focus your attention on an object, you are actually doing a ritual. You're creating a pyramid, a trinity, because what's from the left and right eyes been focused on one object, your line of sight creating a point of attention, or we paying attention. The root word of attention is 10. We can't escape this root word 10 dealing with the binary code, because that triangle number is 10 dealing with the trinity or the triangle. So everything acts out in this reality this way based on the trinity. So when you focus your attention, you form a tent with your eyes, and that what you looking at, and whatever you looking at becomes the point of attention. Remember, the tension is at the center of the bow and arrow. That's where all the tension is at the building. It balances itself at the center. That's where all the tension balances at. So when you pay attention to something, both of these eyes lay eyes on it, and they create a pyramid with that line of sight, and all the tension is on that object. That's why it's called giving it your attention, because you forming attention based when you make that triangle, if you can see what I'm saying, just like the tension on an archbow is what give the arrow flight. So when you look at something, you allowing it into your soul. Now what happens when you pay it your attention, it goes into the tent, the pole, it enters your pole. It goes in between, you create a triangle, right? With that object. And that triangle is pointed downward. But when it goes to your third eye, that triangle is pointed upward. So the whole act of you looking at it and interpreting it is creating a diamond. And this is the act of 10. Remember that the dime is the 10 cents. It's the diamond, 10 cents. It's the 10, the binary code. We say a pretty woman is a dime, a diamond. And diamonds, what we give to the woman, represent this divine feminine act of weaving the binary code together. When the one enters the zero, you get the cosmos or the yin yang or the sperm entering the egg. But when you create this diamond paying attention and this information enters your two eyes, it then enters your divine feminine or your egg, your Mercury, your messenger, which is that third eye. And once it enters that, it determines what you ultimately see. That's why two people don't see the same thing. It ain't what they see with their eyes, it's how these two people interpret it. So the third eye is very important, and it's the reason why the world messed up today, because we don't balance the scales of our reality. They never enter our third eye. They didn't teach us how to practice this art of balance and reasoning. When you use the left and right brain, then you open up the Trinitarian brain, which is the wisdom, the wise dome, the seat of the soul. You become the controller of your own reality based on how you interpreting it with that dark voice within. It's going to produce that back into your life when you wake up the next day. So this is deep stuff. When you look at the Masons, how they build their buildings next to the water, so you can see the mirror reflection of the building on the water. This because this is how we see our reality. Everything is mirrored, back to you. It's boomerang.
And look, bro, Sanchez, I'm glad to be back. But look, just to build on what you said, you just made me realize that scale I drew, it forms the third eye, and look where it's at. Let me see if I can hear this. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, we see you.
And look. Hold on, I gotta be able to see myself.
Give me a second. Your camera is so blurred, but I do see that yoni in the middle, so I know what we dealing with there off the bat.
Yeah, and when you put them, it also forms the fish or the Pisces.
There you go.
And when you put them all together, when you connect all the fishes together, you get the DNA.
There you go, man. That's it, man. And the Trinitarian aspect of that DNA strand, of every time they intersect, it's a dot. And that's the original dot that started them all. Because when you deal with art, every picture starts from a dot. When the dang on picture first make contact with the paper, that's the point of singularity. And then from there you draw a line. That's the duat. Because when you draw two dots and you trace them out, you get a line, you feel me? But when you put a dot on top of them two lines, you get a triangle, which is the first stable structure when we deal with sacred geometry. So you go from the point of singularity, which is the pole is the point. This is the creator looking at the canvas from the top view, because you looking at that pole from the top, that's a point, that's a zero. It started from that. When you draw that line on the canvas, you created the number one. That's the male, that's the sun being birthed from the darkness, because the sunlight shines linear, but the night sky is that zero. It absorbs the light of the sun, just like the one goes into the zero to create the binary code, or the cosmos, the yin yang. This is very deep stuff. We make bow and arrows this way. Everything happens this way, man.
It really is. It's just like you said, it starts with the dot on the paper, right? And you take that dot with the compass, you put that needle right there in the dot to draw the circle around the dot, right? The center of the center of the circle, or the center of the paper, right? What do all directions no compasses point to? It points to the center.
All compasses point to the center. And guess what happens? Now this is the deep thing. Guess what happens when you make it to the center? If you would, I'm gonna let everybody speak, but let me deal with this brother real quick. I'm gonna sum it up. It go back to this chakra chart. All compasses point to the center. Think of a Masonic compass and square. You can see that the G is at the center. That's the G spot. That's the heart chakra. That's the heart chakra. G for gratitude. Okay, so G is a spiral. What you said, my brother, was profound, because this is what it's all about. Everything is drawn to the center. We're drawn to the center of ourselves, of our own heart chakra, to be more compassionate. The older you get, the more compassionate you get, because you get more communication and wisdom, which will bring forth that heart chakra energy, love, and healing. But just like the older fruit get, the more sweeter it get. But to make a long story short, compasses point to the center, and then when you find yourself at the center, now you climb upward. So if you was to have a compass in your hand and go to the North Pole, when you make it there, the compass will start pointing up toward the Most High at that point. So what's happening is you are split inside of yourself. Part of you reside at the crown, and it knows all. Part of you resides in the root, and it knows just enough to have basic trust with nature to survive. But where they meet each other is the peak, and that's the heart chakra. So it ain't about being so higher, getting into your higher self. It's about being centered. So this is where all of your crown chakra wisdom and your experience from the root chakra meets itself, and experience merge with wisdom, and you become a compassionate, loving, healing creature, because all of us making it to the same place. None of us are more wise than the other one. We just on a journey. We split within ourselves, coming from knowing and not knowing to ultimately become a loving person. That's the ultimately simple goal. All the snowflakes.
I have a question real quick. Now, I remember you had a guest, John. I believe his name was John on your show, on your other channel one day, and he was talking about the tree of knowledge or something, when he had his little diagram. Now, how does the chakra tie into that? It's like I can see the resemblance. I mean, I can see the connection, but I can't actually put my finger on. Let
me deal with you. The tree of life is the trio of life. The three musketeers, the left, the right, marries themselves and exposes the center. So you'd understand that without a left and a right, the center wouldn't exist. A polarity have to give birth to the duat, but what it don't give birth to it, it exposes it, because the duat is representative of that dot, remember, on the canvas. So when it doubles itself up, it's this whole theory of holographic universe deals with how the creator projected itself to you and me having this conversation today. And it's ultimately trying to get back to this heart chakra where it knows everything of the crown and the root. It becomes that serpent again that knew how to find the egg in darkness. So what I'm telling you is this: how does this Trinity relate to the chakra? Because the Trinity is the beginning phase of consciousness. When you reach, we graduate between trinities. When you showed that DNA strand, brother, the Trinity would be. Somebody sound like they having a sexual experience on the panel. My brother Juan, let me mute your mic a minute. I hear somebody breathing. I'm gonna come to everybody, yo. Just bear with me, guys. He asked a question other people want to know. How does the Trinity tie into the chakra system? The Trinity is the atom. It's the first triangle that creates the first reference point of consciousness, or the stable shape of existence. The zero is a form of a small form of the Trinity. And when you stack the Trinity upon the Trinity, think in this scale. We don't count right. You count in threes. But in threes in creation, when you deal with the zero being the form of the Trinity, you weave your way back to that zero by going from the one, creating another zero. So let me show you how this look in paint. Look at the screen. Look at the screen, Flat Earth, so I can show you how to count when you deal with sacred geometry and cosmology. You'll know what I mean. This
okay. Which one are you talking about? The YouTube video or
the YouTube video? The YouTube video.
Okay, yeah, I'm focused on it. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, so we start from a dot. Remember, that's the original stroke that's on the canvas that the artist start with. And he can't go nowhere from there but making a line. The first thing any artist do is put the pencil on the canvas, which creates a dot, and then he make a stroke. That stroke is the strike. And that's when the light came on. That's the linear aspect. That's the action. That's the do, which is a verb. Just do it, doubling it up. So to do is to double. And that's the root word of do-I. It's a verb that you gotta take. And coming from stillness or darkness or silence, the creator took an action and a light bulb came on, and a strike and a stroking of the artist on the canvas who wrote upon the canvas, which is infinite darkness. And it started from light, the sun, the luminaries, and found its way down here to us. But what I'm showing you is it started from a point of singularity. Let me build a minute so I can show you how deep this goes. It started from a point of singularity, and it doubled itself up. And when it doubled itself up, that's the linear aspect, because we can only trace this out and get a line. You feel me? We can only trace that dot out in the beginning to get a line, but the brilliance of the dot, or the point of singularity, it have all the energy hid in it, because when you trace it out, it traces out on all cardinal directions. Ain't no limits to just one dot. It started from that. That's the divine source. That's the black hole sun that's revealed during the eclipse. So the next step that the creator took from darkness was to double itself up. Two is a verb, it's not a number, it's an action. Two is do. All right? Remember, when you say dozen, you say 12, and that's how many disciples Jesus had, because 12 is 3 dealing with the Trinity. All right? And the 1 and the 2, again, the deep thing about this whole 2 coming from 1 to 2 is coming from different viewpoints of the cosmos. So when you started at that dot, that was the artist's view. When we was looking at that canvas, right? When we put the pencil on the canvas to begin the painting, we created a dot, and we have an artist's view. Now, after that dot, we make a line to start making our art. And that's when the creator doubled itself up and made another dot. That's when the creator split itself and made 50-50 yin and yang, and part of the creator knew everything and the other half didn't know nothing. The creator played ignorant so it can have a dialogue with itself. And that's what we doing right now, having that same dialogue in microcosm. So the human ask questions about the body, but the body know everything about itself. The body know how to pump the blood. The body know how to heal itself, but you don't know. So there's an unknown and known to reality, just like a darkness and a light. It's string theory, yin and yang, and whatever. Hold up. And because I'm about to shut up and I'm about to summarize all of this. You started from the point looking at the artist's view when you knew everything. That's the top view. And the next step was to double it up, create the yin and yang. That's the line now. That's when the creator become a lesser form of itself, and it lead the top of the mountain or the top of the pyramid, the top view, and it walk down there. And now it's looking at the front view, which is a line. All right, when you're looking at the flagpole from the front view as opposed to hovering over it. That's what the artist do when it makes the first stroke. It's starting to look at the art from the two-dimensional aspect. But now let me drive all of this home, and I'm going to be brief, brother, because I wanted to work to this point. The next step from that point is the Trinity. That's when you make a balanced act of, you want to put that next dot above those two because it's called balance and polarity. This is called weaving, where you take one half and overlap it over the other one and do the same thing with the other one, vice versa. So it's balanced. So you want to bring one vertical now, since we added one horizontally, and there's a place for that one which start in the middle. This is how your third eye made. This will create the Trinitarian aspect, or the triangle, which is the cosmos. We're in a pyramid, all right? And it has a mirror reflection of itself, like a shadow. When light shine on you, it reveals your shadow. So the cosmos have a shadow, and that's what's called a, that's why when you, let me show you this and I'm gonna fall back. This shadow is how we see. I just broke it down earlier, how you pay attention to something and you form a triangle with it with your eyes, and it go from your eyes into your third eye, which is the top of this second triangle. So basically, the tie all of this in, the cosmos is made the same way, and all of the tension is right here in the center. Hold on, right there, where they merge together. So we're having that conversation right now on this panel. We know and we don't know. Part of you knows everything there is to know. The body has the secrets of everything inside of it. And look at us asking these questions. So we exist in the middle of these. We're the creator having a dialogue with itself. I'm trying to simplify this for you. Now go ahead and speak to me, my brother. I hope I'm doing a good job.
No, you just matched what I did. I mean, you just matched what I drew.
Can y'all hear me on there?
Yeah, we can. So what happens is, hold on. Let me point out something very important. When you reach the triangle state, you reach the Luciferian consciousness. This is what they want to link to Lucifer, but this is illumination. That third eye is when you start becoming conscious of the consciousness itself, and you become the third person or the Holy Ghost of your own reality. So you can look at this like lucid dreaming. When you go to sleep at night, your body becomes ignorant. That means you become foolish. The creator's so smart, the creator know that if it separate half of itself to knowing and all knowing, that the 50% of itself that knows everything still represents infinity. Let me show you how math works. If you got 0.1% of infinity, it's still more than everything that exists. You get what I'm saying? Infinity is dense, all right? It's if you got any piece of infinity, it will encompass all there is. So it wipes out all possibilities. If everything exists in one, then for example, if the creator is knowing and unknowing, the part of the creator that knows everything is enough to hold infinity. Even if the creator was 75% unknowing and 25% knowing, that 25% still represents infinity, which is everything. So the idea of dividing is a magical act of just sacrificing part of itself to be a baby in the womb, but still go through them phases of knowing and unknowing, even through lifetimes, and even coming in and out of reality. Because how you even know how to find your way into the womb of a woman from the invisible realm? You knew something to get here. So part of us are the creators, and that's represented with this triangle. And it also shapes what we create in our reality. But I don't want to be too long-winded, man. Go ahead. Because basically, the Genesis stories show that silence is nothingness or nothingness. That sine wave, that darkness is equivalent to the sine wave. Its resonant frequency would be a stretched out wave, right? Balanced wave, a serpent on a pole. So silence and darkness and stillness is a trinity of itself. It's different forms of itself, like water, wind, and ice. You have darkness, stillness, and stillness, and I just said the other one, damn. Darkness, stillness, and silence. I'm sorry. Darkness, stillness, and silence is the same primordial energy source that bursts everything there is. That's the trinity of life. Darkness, energy, silence. We go to it every night when we sleep. We go to it every time we blink. We go to it every time we go from death and rebirth, because that's the weaving, the glue that meshes together the whole reality. Just like if you're looking at a movie that's made in clips. So we don't see our reality as one linear video. We see it in clips. We see it in between blinks and sleeping and deaths and rebirths. And we weave all of these clips together to make a movie. And that happens in the subconscious of the one that balances the scale. So you can create a scary movie or a damn heaven for yourself in this reality. And we will create it as a collective as well.
Yeah, and it's all on and all of that is on one disc or one film reel. And though it may seem separated, like this event here and that event here, it's all on one spiral of existence.
You're so right. And shout out to my brother Masterpiece. I'm glad to have his voice of reasoning on the panel. This is shout out to the brother.
I was waiting for him to build on it.
Yeah, you know, it's so symbolic, you know, having that film reel as that spiral. And people talk about like beginning and end, but that concept exists on something that is eternal. Mm-hmm. And so these moments, like this is help you out of depression, because when you realize that your life is composed, it's like a montage of different events weaved together to make one orchestra or one song. Then you can change the tune. You know, you don't have to be stuck in this situation. You change a vibration that your song plays.
This is why this brother is just, you know, this is what I'm talking about right here, man. Because what we're giving you is serpent wisdom. When you go to YouTube and put in serpent wisdom, is a bunch of deep crap spookism when it's really balanced. The serpent is the most balanced creature on this earth. It moves based on the polarity of the sine wave. It moves based on that vortex energy that attracts all life back to the gateway of the woman coming in and out of these realities. She's the glue. So the G at the center of the compass and square is also the heart chakra. It's the G spot, the sweet spot. Remember the G spot, the sweet spot. That G means girl, because your third eye is the inner girl or the divine feminine of yourself. An act of balance is a feminine act. The linear aspect would be the creative act, which is also the destructive act, the penetrating act.
Hey man,
Oh, I'm sorry, Juan. Yeah, go ahead. But basically what I wanted to show y'all with all of that stuff with the chakra system, real quick, Juan, before you get in, I didn't fully answer him. Basically what I wanted to tell that brother was that Trinity plus Trinity equals infinity. Earlier, I took the number 3 and I merged together, and I showed you that when you take 3 and blend it with 3, you get 8 for infinity when you add the way the ancestors added with sacred geometry. And each step of the way of you bringing it together to it's leaving apart makes symbols of infinity. I went through that earlier. And what I'm basically saying is even when you add them numerically, 3 plus 3 would be 6, which is sets dealing with the portal of how life come into being based on the ritual of this polarity. Basically, everything plays out microcosm, macrocosm, and the now is the serpent. So one, before I let you build, I want to show you how the string theory works, how what he asked me is very important. Because the Trinity I just showed you is the beginning block. And when you double up the Trinity, you get the diamond. 2 triangles equals a diamond when you bring them together, polarity, and make the Trinitarian aspect to have a sum or summit as it did with sacred geometry. So basically saying all that to say, we go from left to right, right to left to bring ourselves back to the center based on that Trinity. And if you look at this Jewish menorah on the screen, flat earth, you will see that the original menorahs are like this one here. The center pole is in the middle.
It's black, brother. I can't see it. Your what you call this black. Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it. Go ahead.
So yeah, you see how on it's 7 candlesticks. In the middle would be the third eye or the heart chakra. And each side of it is have 3 on each side. See, that goes back to the example I did earlier when I had paint open, when I had the 2 number 3s up and I brought them together to show you that every time you start merging them, it have a butterfly, and when they connect, they become the number 8 for infinity, and when they leave each other, they become the Andinkra. So they forming symbols of. Mute your mic, brother.
Or is that me?
Yeah, one for me, yeah.
Hey, nigga, mute it for me. I don't know how to do that shit.
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna come to you. I know my bad. But I'm answering him. It take a long time to answer him thoroughly. Trinity is sacred because it's what's in between all of these aspects. We count by 3s, by trinities. And we got to learn this concept. So the heart chakra sits in between 2 trinities. I'm going to give you a language to see it with, Brother Flat Earth. I want to know if you with me. I'm going to show you how you look at this. In between 2 trinities is infinity. So the man is a vortex or a trinity. The vortex is a V. A V is 3 points. Let me pull my board up again. 3 points. This is a V right here. All right. That's 2 points. There go your last point. That's a 3. A 3 is a vortex. Anytime you have a V or 3 points, there's a Trinitarian manifestation. For example, when cold wind meets hot wind, a vortex is formed called a tornado, and it's shaped like a V, and it draws everything, it attracts everything to it. All right, this happens in between a woman's leg. We're attracted to that V. If you can see energy on a microscopic scale, you will see in certain parts of the earth where there's high concentrations of energy. These are called vortexes. You will see that some of those places will be hospitals, graveyards, places where life is being born and leaving us. These are gateway areas where high concentrations of energy is. You will see that when you look at a woman, you will see high concentrations of energy around her vagina and her breast area. If you can look at how energy look under a microscope in your reality. These are vortexes, portals. And that's why They are a meshing together of two trinities, just like I showed you on paint, with the two trinities coming together to make the diamond. As above, so below creates the diamond. When the pyramid is near the water, you see this diamond when it mirrors itself. And that place where the reflection is separated would be the event or the point of tension. Remember, 10 is Zen. So in this menorah, the point of tension would be that center stick, which is separated by two trinities or two triangles. Just like I showed you, two triangles make a diamond. The diamond would be the peak or that center point you see with this menorah. So each triangle is a trinity, just like each side of this menorah is a trinity or a triangle, and that peak would be the diamond that they make when they come together. Just like 3 and 3 would make 6 or sets, which represents the law of creation, that ritual that bring forth life here. That would be the center act, and it take place with our sex organs, which at the center of the body. And the ritual is an act of centering, coming in and out, inhale, exhale, until you reach a climax where the man bursts his spark to activate the consciousness in the egg. This is a duat that always manifests a trinity, and it weaves together all of you humans and keep you coming in and out of existence based on this law of trinity. Trinity equals infinity. So you can remember it that way. Trinity plus trinity equals infinity. So when you look at this menorah, how the center peak is separated by two trinities, you looking at the human chakra system with the heart chakra being the center peak and is separated by two trinities. The throat chakra, the third eye, and the crown chakra above, and the solar plexus, the sacral chakra, and the root chakra below. So it's 7 points. And where they're split at represents the serpent, the green chakra. The serpent is green, and the serpent has scales that he balances. So
the three really can run basically is in control of everything, because when you put the two symbols together, it forms 8, which is infinity. And if you add them together, it becomes 6, which we already agreed that 666 is the perfect number of the holy divinity, correct?
It's just another divine triangle number, and it's holy. Yeah. It's holy because 666 is a trinity itself. So what happens is, the reason 666 is holy when it deals with sacred geometry is because it starts off with the symbol of a 6. Now the polarity of 6 would be the 9, and you know that's why we say 6, 9, and that's yin and yang. That goes back to what I did earlier when I took the 3, which is the trident, and inverted it to marry it like the 6, 9, and I created the number 8 for infinity. This is how we're supposed to do all of these numbers, because if you take like a lowercase h and blend it with another lowercase h of its polarity, you get a capital H, which is I, you the individual scales. The I is a balanced symbol. It's the middle of the railroad tracks, the connection point, those points on that DNA. So the I is at the middle of this kananga that you see on the screen. And as you can see, you have a trinity at the top and a trinity at the bottom that's separated by a pole or a point. And we can see this in our chakra system. A trinity at the top, a trinity at the bottom that's separated by the point of tension, which is the heart chakra. We ultimately act out of our heart. That's the consciousness. That's the angel on the left shoulder and the demon on the other shoulder. If you ignore your heart, you can go and kill a whole family and won't feel no remorse. And that's how they create the planet we got today, because they got us all away from the heart chakra. If you don't connect with the heart chakra as a collective humanity, we agree to create hell in this reality. So since we all agree, the majority, to ignore the heart chakra, and they got us dealing with the polarity instead of the pole, then we won't reach the summit, which is the sum, all right? We divided up amongst our own self, And based on that, we don't know how to communicate with each other, which dealing with the throat chakra. And because we lack the communication, we don't get the wisdom that's below that heart chakra dealing with the solar plexus. So we're not accessing the heart chakra. Most of us in the root and sacral chakra, we creating based on sexuality or greed. Remember, hunger or horniness. We creating based on, I gotta make some money, so let me make a dope song that sound like the status quo, because this is whatever rapper sound like to make the money. Let me make, if I'm an artist, let me draw a painting that copies what's the style right now or the trend, so I can fit the status quo and don't create nothing new. So this is all about ignoring the heart chakra, which will give you the ultimate level of true creativity. It don't reside in the sacral chakra. That form of creativity should blend with your awareness. This is how you use the chakra system. So when you look at the root chakra, basic trust is connected to the crown chakra above. You always look at the polarity of these colors. You mirror it. This is how you add. You don't look at this in a linear way. So if you're looking at the crown chakra, in order for you to master the crown chakra, you got to master the root chakra. That's its polarity. Okay? And if you look at the chart, it's telling you to access spirituality. The first step toward it is having a basic trust with yourself, with the creation, with your own intuition and the voice within. Now, when you do that, you move towards the peak. When you deal with awareness and sexual creativity, now you're a bit responsible because you got proper spirituality to govern your morality and actions. So now you can go to your sexuality and creativity. You're not a whore. You got self-governing. You're not want to have, you don't have that old energy that your sexuality out of control, because when you master the crown and root and go to the next step of awareness now, all right, and the sexual creativity, that'll take you to the next step where now you at wisdom and power, and its polarity will be communication, because now all of that awareness and self-control has allowed you to formulate a dialect or a form of language to express all of this wisdom and all of this balance. So now your throat chakra become activated and you moving toward the heart or the peak. Now you so smart that you ain't compassionate and you got your wisdom and power and communication, but you still ain't made it to the peak because you ain't at the heart. Yes, you spiritual. Yes, you mastered all of them other chakras and you intelligent and you can speak well dealing with communication, wisdom, and power. But once you make it to the heart chakra, you learn how to use all of that for good and being merciful, not full of ego, and using your all of that stuff for the greater good of the earth, which is green. So the earth is the heart chakra of the creator, and you connect with the heart chakra of the creator by connecting with the heart chakra within yourself, working your way up through the chakra systems from the top and bottom to meet at the heart, which is the peak. That's the serpent in between a yin and a yang. That's why it's green. Am I being redundant? I'm sorry about that, but
that's right. I just want to ask something in the magnitude of I don't know how I'm trying to put it into words, but would you say that this is almost an ancient practice, and how did it get not how, but how did these motherfuckers make a tremendous amount of people believe in the opposite? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of what I'm, because if you're talking about secret societies and if they're infiltrating countries and nations and people's homes, it's like, you know what I'm saying, like it's fucking everywhere, right? So well, it's like, you know what I'm saying, like what the fuck, who are these motherfuckers? You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, let me answer you. You got to understand, like I said, the seat of the human consciousness have been hijacked. They obviously know a bit more about us than we know about ourselves. And when you ask how did we get into this state, it's because possibility, probability. humans don't know everything, but they know that we're very wise enough to master our reality. We're not supposed to know everything. We're supposed to have this balance of knowing and unknown. That's the beauty. To know everything is to know how not to know. But if you just only know how not to know, you're not balanced. And the dialectic was created simply by hiding all of this simple knowledge of the self. When you say this is ancient knowledge, it's the most ancient because there's no beginning to it. This is pure consciousness, the part of you. Your body know how to balance itself out, but we don't know how to balance our own thoughts out. So think about that. So it goes back to consensus. Part of us lived in balance for so long, there was already a possibility that we can create non-balance. And I think that all of the possibilities in this creation will be worked out to perceive the ultimate state of perfection. So, yeah, where we reside at now is a state of discord. And discord is mean disconnected from the cord. Discord. Think about it. You can have the best internet service in the world, but if you got that internet connected wireless and that connection ain't there, meaning your card got a hole in it or this jam between the door, it ain't plugged in the computer and the cable modem tight enough, it don't matter if you got good ass internet service, the connection is flawed. So all of your service being wasted. All of this infinite energy that monks are tapping into through meditation is based on a cord that connects them to the cosmos. That's called a third eye. That's the cord that's wrapped around the tree, or the serpent around the pole, or the S on the money sign. Wisdom is the real currency, not the dollar. You would be the richest man in the world if you knew what the richest man in the world knew. Wisdom is the currency. Tapping into this science, what I'm giving you is what makes us all rich. Being rich starts in the mind first before you make a single dollar. All right. So what I'm telling you is deep stuff, and it's very simple. It's simple as getting your life balance. Again, discord, being disconnected from the cord or the serpent. There's a disconnect in the human where we're not using this third eye. So we ask questions like, how are they able to achieve this? You don't see this disconnection that we have from ourselves, which then disconnects us from the earth on a macrocosm? You don't see how they're able to continue and perpetuate this disconnection based on misinformation, which is the connection, the mercury, the message. Remember that information travels through cords. Even in your reality, you got to plug this in the wall and run a cable here to send the signal. If you ain't getting the true code or information, you disconnected from the seat of your soul, which is connected to the cosmic vibration. You receiving a fucked up signal. You ever saw what happened to anything that's receiving a bad signal? It shuts down. You get a blue screen. So that's what NASA is doing. When you say green screen, it's dealing with this heart chakra. The earth is a green planet. Its chakra is the heart chakra of the Most High. And you can only live in balance on this plane by getting in access with your heart chakra. So with NASA getting between you and your pineal gland, they sever the cord that will allow you to arrive at the peak. That's the interpreter. So you never get to the green chakra because they got you connected to the green screen. This is magic. They using the green screen to give you a different reality and hijack the seat of your soul, which would be the ultimate interpreter of the real reality that you would need to interface with the real creator. So when they stop your vision at your sight and get in between what you see with your eyes and what you interpreting with your third eye, by using green screen, they keep you disconnected from your green chakra and connected with the green earth, which is the creator's green chakra, heart chakra. Earth is heart. Everybody disconnected because we in tune with these chaotic space programs. It's that simple. As above, so below. If they control what's in the dome of the humans, they can dominate. If they control what you think about what happens about that dome above your head in the cosmos, if they get you to think that that dome and there's a dumb creator above that dome, and they give you these space programs where they using green screens, remember that the creator's green screen is the earth. The earth is the canvas that the creator is projecting all of this consciousness upon. All of the animals, all of the plants, all of this stuff. Please keep your mic muted. I'm giving the people some right now. No need to rush it. The earth is the green screen of the Most High where all consciousness is projected upon. Just like you meet yourself at the heart chakra coming from the top and the bottom to meet at the center, that's what happened when you lead a flesh and you split. You go from the beginning and the end, or the alpha and omega, to become the complete symbol, the alpha and omega, or the yin yang. All right. And basically what NASA do, how they can make a matrix, is based on this as above, so below, and how you create reality as a collective consciousness by first creating it as an individual. By consensus, they get in between all of the masses, right? And they give you a green screen in the space program to keep you from looking at the creator's big ass green screen called the earth. So the people in the Amazon and the bush people, they study the earth. That's the creator's green screen, while we study NASA's green screen and get deceived. So they give you a false reality, and your pineal gland shuts down. It's disconnected. It don't understand this signal. So you end up in chaos and balance based on the root of your value system, the basic information they give you in the textbook. The book is a binder. If you look at the etymology of book, it's a bond or a binder, and it binds you. You make a connection with the text as opposed to the symbol that's out there with nature. So it's a big deception. Huh?
Sanchez, so did Pythagoras have a huge hand in this, or what?
So let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'm going to say that I don't even want to answer that question. That's kind of dumb. And I don't mean to make fun of the brother, but after saying everything I'm saying, for you to ask that.
I heard what you said, but it just seems like a lot of people use him as, oh, he's smarter than all these, supposed people. That's why I brought it up.
There is no such thing as who's smarter and dumber. It's who's the most balanced. You still caught up in the polarity. Again, some people gonna get what I'm saying, and some people it's gonna take them a while. Because listen,
I understand what you're saying, man. I just brought it up because a lot of people.
Yeah, how do you bring up something so petty when I'm giving something so profound? It's like I'm on cloud 9 and you drag me to back to a low level when you ask such basic questions like, did Shakespeare play a part with the Bible? Like, I just told you that the whole Jesus concept is astrotheology, dealing with the movement of the sun. And you ask a question like, well, did Shakespeare or King James? No, I'm giving you the original root. I'm giving you syncretism, brother. I'm giving you the primordial source of the whole fucking story of creation and how it relates to you in micro and macrocosm. There's no need to ask who fucked it up when I tell you that the controllers, plural, succeed just by keeping you out of sync. It's literally that simple. They achieve the matrix by overcomplicating the shit that I'm saying. Listen, it's so simple, man.
Bro, Sanchez, just to build on what you were saying, when you think of division, what's the bottom number? The dominator, right? And the dominator, pretty much depends on how the answer is gonna check out, and I mean how the answer is gonna play out, right? In the problems that we having with the world. So they control the dominator, which is the bottom, which is what we're living on. The reason why everything is in chaos, right?
Hold up. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. They're controlling the end result. All right, something plus something equals something. That plays out in microcosm in how you perceive your reality. Left eye plus right eye equals third eye. So again, you don't see with the left and right eye. The vision goes in both of those eyes in between blinks, and it's interpreting still pictures, and it's taking all of these pictures when it enters the third eye or pineal gland. Remember, pineal is pinnacle. The pinnacle is the zenith, the peak. All right. So every word we use ties into this seat of the soul. Now, the next peak goes to the heart chakra from the pineal gland, which balances all of us out. So it's making a figure 8. It's going from the heart to the root to the pineal, from the heart to the root in a figure 8, just like the movement of the stars and luminaries. Microcosm, macrocosm, we're the same thing. It's so simple that sits, right? It's a trinity, right? But let me show you how magical this is. Sits deals with the knowledge of the serpent, because it's practicing this law of sacred geometry, how we really supposed to add by blending polarities. So what happens when you take sits with and form a trinity with them, something magical happens. Guess what? You get 18, and 18 gives you 9, which is the polarity of the sits. Y'all see how this work? See how that work? See, the numbers represent an action. 2 represents doubling something up. Trinity represents the sum that you get after doubling it up. So when you deal with multiplication, it's a X. We say 2 times this or this times that. You're doubling something up. Now, you square it when you quadruple it. We know that. But each of these numbers is a formula. When you do them as a continuum, you get the true essence of that symbol. So if you take, for example, triple 3s, it'll give you 9, going back to that spiral. 9 is the binary code. It's just a 0 sitting on top of the 1. All right. When you look at the symbols that they use to write music, you can see some of the parallels with the numbers, like a whole note, half note, 6, 9. It's this rhythm is tied into everything we do. For example, everything starts with the serpent, or the cosmic vibrations, which is the invisible sine wave. And that's the serpent wrapped around a pole. That's representative of your pineal gland. So the way life starts is the way it shall be governed for balance. The code lies in the way we're supposed to act, the way we create it, the way you form yourself in the womb, the way the stars move, the way we have night and day. It's the same sum. It's the heart chakra, the dark energy. So the green is a lower form of the darkness. All right, a shade of black going from the spectrum of purple, blue, and the green, which is the true colors of a saw, green and black. And without those 2 colors, you wouldn't have green screen technology. So they tapping into this science to create actual technology, man. And it's simpler than you think. All of us can make computers and stuff. They hide in the simple science, yo. And they giving you a numerical system that got you trapped in a mount instead of the actual mount, or the peak, the mountain. Just to sum all of this up, that original sine wave is very deep. That's the string theory. That's the needle and thread. And that's how you supposed to string together everything in your reality to make sense out of it. It's literally that simple. That happens at the third eye. This is even how DNA.
That's true triangulation right there. Cause you know how you can close one eye, you'll see just what's on that side. You close the other one, you see what's on that side. But when you open them both, they triangulate to give you a single image.
You're seeing 2 different realities out of each eye. You're so right.
Yeah.
So it's a mirror effect going on, to where they call it focusing. And they say you focus your attention. What happens when a camera strikes? There's a flash. And every time you blink, in between blinks, there's a flash of you seeing your reality. And these still pictures are formed by the third eye. That's the one that's hitting the button. That's the one that's up there telling saying, say cheese, and hitting the pictures. Every picture it snaps goes, it's a boomerang. You notice that a boomerang shapes like a triangle, and when you throw it, it come back to you, because they telling you this sacred science that this triangle effect is a continuum, a pyramidal effect, as above, so below. Think of the compass in square. Let me do something real quick, because you see that Kananga, 3 points at the top, 3 points at the bottom, with the line in the middle, which represent the G spot, the sweet spot. Trinity plus Trinity equals infinity at the center, just like man plus woman equals continued life at the center, being the family. The root word of family, the original word we used for family was tribe. The original word we use for family is tribe. Who know where I'm finna go with this? I ain't gonna even continue. I'm gonna stop myself and see if y'all know why I brought that up. Why is it called a tribe? Because the root word of tribe is Trinity, or tribe.
Tribe 3, yep.
So it's a
deep shit right there.
2 parents and a child.
Yeah, it takes 2 parents, which makes the Trinity, which is the child. So it's called a tribe, dealing with the 3. We can't escape the Trinity, y'all. So it goes back to the compass and square, right? Hold on. Now you saw the Dogon Kananga, as above, so below, sweet spot being the line. Here it is again. Each of these triangles is 3, or Trinity, because it got 3 points. All right, 3 points, 1, 2, 3. The top point is the peak. It mirrors itself to give you the sweet spot, or the G spot. That's the point of tension. That's the vortex. That's the womb in between that woman's legs that keep magnetically attracting that man there, making life continue. That's the doggone magnetic attraction that the sperm have with the egg that make you keep remarrying yourself, coming back to this earth plane, which is the ground, or the grid, or the G spot. That G is the ground, the grid, the girl, which is Mother Earth. All right, it's not gravity. It's that magnetic attraction that the woman have, and that divine feminine energy that's called magnetism, that keeps this whole reality woven together. String theory that keeps this magnetic attraction. The woman has this, she's the seducer. She's the one that moves her body like a snake and creates an arousal to make sure that life keep coming here. You ever thought about that? That the women goddesses wear the horns, and they say men get horny because she working her magic with those antlers. You ever thought about that? So this is deep stuff, man. Everywhere there's a vortex, there's a point of tension where they climax or create a peak. And it's so attractive that we can't resist it. It's the same way I told you earlier. Hold up, mute your mic. It's the same way I told you earlier that if you look at energy under a microscope, you'll see huge concentrations around women's vagina and their breast area. They call it cleavage. When a man look at a woman's breast cleavage, he get an instant form of stimulation, even if he don't get an arousal, because there's a huge amount of energy there as a magnetic vortex. Remember, the vortex is the alphabet V, and that's exactly what her breasts make. They make a V right in the center, just like her vajayjay make a V. And whatever there's a V, it's a cyclone or a boomerang. It's gonna pull you into it like a tornado, which shapes like a V. And that V is based on a polarity, creating the Trinity. This happens again on all ways, weaving together our existence. Even when you look at an X, or the X chromosome, the X is nothing but 2 V's. The X is 2 V's that's creating a point in the middle. That's the Trinity. So the X is really, the X chromosome is really DNA itself. All this mitochondrial DNA talk, don't let them fool you. The X chromosome is DNA itself. Your mama creating you from the very fabric of her skin. So you're not born into sin, you're born into center. You're born into skin. You're born inside of your mother's skin in her flesh at the center of it. So they took all of this stuff and turned it into you born into sin, when really you born into 10, Zen, the diamond of your mama, this attraction, this magnetic vortex where this divine energy keep bringing these polarities together to bring you in and out of creation. So it's a song. But to sum all of this up, when you look at the compass and square, it goes back to what I said. Everything you look at through your two eyes have to come past your third eye. So your two eyes would be looked at as the left and right ending of this compass, and where they connect at the top would be the third eye, like I just showed you in this reptile collage. And everything you see with them two eyes got to come past that third eye. So you're not seeing your reality right if you're not interpreting it right through the third eye, the seat of the soul. This is why a blind person can see better than all of you, because they don't have the bias of their two eyes. They actually creating their own reality from within. So people who blind from birth, they have to create their own face to every voice they hear. They have to create the color inside of their head. They don't know what the color look like. They create their own world, which is ultimately what we all do in the darkness when we transition in between realms, because the darkness is the glue. So that G represents the darkness, and it means glue. Okay, it's what ties everything in, like a woman knitting a blanket. In fact, the word knit is the word night, dealing with that darkness that weaves together our reality. So again, the top of that compass is the third eye, where all things must come past before you ultimately see your reality. And remember, all things must come past that darkness every time you go to sleep and go in and out of lifestyles, lifetimes. You go to darkness. So that darkness is essentially the cosmic breath. And another form of it would be inhaling and exhaling, or blinking your eyes. So this is real deep stuff. It's essentially the sea of new. It's everything there is. Zero, they taught us zero means nothing, but ain't no such thing as nothing in infinity. So zero is new things, because energy can't cease to exist. It's constantly creating new things and renewing itself. And that's why we call that divine source new. And we say all things are made anew, and that the moon becomes new after an eclipse, because the moon have to blink and go to sleep too and practice this ritual, this duat ritual, which bring forth balance and on a polarity or a pole, which is the Trinity aspect. So this is the creator become conscious of the dialogue. Again, it starts with the singularity, the one that knows all, and it splits itself up to knowing and all knowing, and begins to have a dialogue with itself. The yin begins to speak with the yang, and the conversation is the serpent, the sum or the result. That's when the creator become conscious of the fact that it split itself, and it looks at that split outside of itself and say, man, look at me having a conversation with my split up self. So let me simplify that again. That's the Holy Ghost view, the artist's view, the third person. There is no fourth person, only the third person, because when the creator split itself up, knowing and unknowing, it have a dialogue, and it forget that it knows. It forget that it having that dialogue. Part of it knows everything, part of it don't, just like us in the flesh. But what happens is something beautiful happens out of that conversation. The creator starts the lucid dream. This is why they call it lucid dream, because it's related to Lucifer, or the devil, or the diva, the divine feminine in the darkness. What happens when you assume that third person state in the dream, you lucid dream. Because what happens is you shut your eyes and you start dreaming. And in that dream, you have created people. You've created a reality. And you begin to dialogue with yourself. You're having a dialogue with yourself in the dream. And you forget that you're having a dialogue with yourself. So the dream becomes your reality. is you creating a world and then interfacing with that world and conversating with the people you created in that world. And you're conjuring up these different people based on your own will and the creator inside of you. So when the creator inside of you realize, damn, I'm dreaming, it's the third person view, the Trinitarian view. You begin to lucid dream. Now you begin to look at yourself from the outside, having a conversation with yourself. It would be the devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder, and a new creature being created that's a blending of both the devil and the angel, and he's sitting on a mountain watching both of them having a conversation. That's the creator. The creator sits from the artist's view and listen to us have this conversation when the creator know it all. But we are the creator that knows just enough to have this conversation, to keep this conversation is the music of the cosmos. When these questions stop the quest in, and the creator knows it all again, and it becomes that black dark source from which it all started from. This whole dialogue is the music of life. It's the sine wave. So that's the serpent.
Yeah. That's what we were born in. That's why people, we're not born in sin, we born in sign, and they just drop off the E to fool everybody. Yeah. That's why, you know, when you see the sine wave is everywhere. It's in DNA. I mean, the compass basically points to the heart of the sine wave. When the eye, you know, why I said when you connect all those eyes of fishes together, it connects to sine wave. That's like the holy divinity. I mean, flat power. Can I get a flat power? This is deep stuff, brother Sanchez.
Thank you, brother. Thank you all for tuning in and supporting what I do. But
yo, man, you're describing almost exactly what I try to tell people. It's freaking awesome, dude. Not very many people have this information.
You know
so
what?
Everyone's getting a treat.
I really appreciate you all. It's a treat for me too, because it's all an experience that we have now of as above, so below, where we're equally benefiting from each other. Me sitting here being able to vent this out to you balances me out, because when you fill yourself up with all this information and share it with no one, that's how people go crazy. All right?
Yes.
So it's actually something that I'm supposed to do. My art is real, and if you don't share, it will hunt you, just like I just told you.
Okay. My story, me and my cousin both had a Kundalini awakening one day apart from each other, and it lasted 4 months, and we learned all this crazy knowledge about universe, reality, creation, all that. And yeah, he kind of kept it to himself. He kept wanting to get back to that manic, connected to oneness everywhere, God consciousness. It's too much to live like that all the time. And yeah, he's been checked in fucking crazy places and had mobile health assessments called on him and stuff like that for just talking too crazy all the time, you know.
This is crazy, man. And there's no end to it. And just like you said, if you're not balanced with it all, then you miss the heart chakra. So it's not about being accessing the higher self, lower self. It's understand that you are polarity and you do have a higher and lower self. And it's about the human blending them both together to create the ultimate self to get us back to that heart chakra. So the many things that makes up you and exploring inside of yourself, because they give us a template when we're born. And what you find is most of all of the females speak the same and all of the males speak the same, because they give us a preset slang words, preset styles. Your personality is what you're going to need to connect your chakras. But when they give us all a template, it's no different than them giving us all a globe, which is a template to keep us away from the real template of the creation outside. It's a disconnecting agent. But I don't want to be too long-winded, and I do want to say shout out first of all to the Hoary Sheet Show. Welcome to the show, my brother Hoary. The Hoary Sheet Show is an awesome show that show love to a bunch of flat earthers. I recently left a comment on his show because he shared a lot of our stuff, and I took the comment off because I wanted to reword it. And the brother emailed me and asked me about that. So there you go, Hoary. I deleted that comment and I went to another tab and started doing some and forgot all about it, man. I'm sorry. But I get to tell you now in person. So shout out to you. Appreciate the work you're doing. And shout out to brother Terrell Simpson. He gave a donation and I really appreciate that because that helps me to work full time for the people. I'm not employed by the powers that be. I'm employed by each and every last one of you. And I actually took a pay cut to do this. I was making a lot more doing security, $16 an hour. And now I make around $7 to $9 an hour, which is about minimum wage, but all in donations and stuff. But I'm my own boss and I'm at the mercy of the people y'all are my employer. I'm not at the mercy of the corporation, so I can say what the fuck I want to say and keep exposing the damn secrets thanks to y'all, and I don't mind the pay cut. All right. So
we love you, brother. You bring truth to the table. You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna fall back and let somebody else build.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same, but I want to read the message the brother gave with the donation. He said, "What it do, brother Sanchez? Keep banging that hammer and don't give the enemy no breaks, my brother." Shout out to my brother. I needed that. You damn right. Flat power. Let me tell y'all.
We the hammer and they the nail.
I'm telling you. Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this. Damn it, what I was gonna say. I forgot.
About the hammer?
No.
I was like, we the hammer and they the nail.
Well, yeah, just basically that I woke up one day and found myself in this position. I never planned to learn about heart chakras and reptilian tongues and sine waves. I started off looking into a lot of symbols. I was always obsessed with symbols, and I started to see the one code in them all. And when I learned about syncretism, and I understand that syncretism means sin, which is that sine wave. Remember, the original form of sound is what spoke together everything we see, the vibration. All right, let there be light. The darkness spoke and divided itself, just like I just explained with the Trinity, and had a dialogue with itself. All right, because when it spoke light into existence, light responded. So was the creator alone? No. The creator was having a dialogue with itself, like a person to say walk, and then they respond to their own action and start walking. You would say that's a crazy person, but that's what the creator did. It said, let there be light, and responded to its own self, speaking to itself. So it was splitting itself into lesser forms, projecting itself all the way here into the flesh in the form of every last one of you. We're drips of the ocean. So it's a continuum, a strung together reality, and it deals a lot with this Trinitarian aspect that I really want to build with some more. I was going to say something, but I forgot what it was, but nevertheless, y'all go ahead and talk to me.
I say it was, I say the creator, I said it was a male and a female, because I've tried to build on this before. You know, you got the left, right, up, down, or whatever. So, and you can't have one without the other. So you have to find that even balance, right? So that's why I always say a male can't exist without the female, and vice versa. That's why when you brought up the trident or the trinity of Earth, Sun, and Moon, or whatever, I kind of build. I was like, okay, if the female carried the trident, the male definitely got to carry the cane or the staff, right?
What they're not telling us is the female is actually both species, bro. That's what they're not telling you.
Oh.
The female is both species. She has for example, the clitoris, the clit is a very sacred part of the female body. In ancient term, they spoke about this. This is what stimulates the contractions. This is, any woman can explain this better than me. This is what get a woman going, okay? Now, that is a very important part of the vagina. That's the part that would have been the penis. All right, she has both organs. The clit would be a penis. Now, science ain't telling you that. When you arouse that, that actually brings the wetness of the vagina. All right. I'm gonna tell you something too. The male have one too. The male have a G-spot inside of his rectum. A lot of homosexuals tap into that, but I ain't gonna get into that. We basically the same species, inverted and exverted. We're the polarity married in both ways. But the one that is the one that we all emanated from was the darkness or the absorber. Again, the woman is the Venus, the man is the penis. So you ever notice that the woman basically, what she is the gateway of the male and the female. That's the thing, that the female body can produce the penis and a vagina. It can produce them both inside of it. So it's the gateway of both polarities. Again, she's ma'at. She ain't bound to the polarity like what the brother just said. It started male and female. Nope, it didn't. I just showed y'all how it started. It started from point. Point is Mama Amma. That's the grandmother. That's the queen bee who holds the mystery of the hive. Did you know the hive is based on wherever the queen bee positions herself on a tree? So if you go to a beehive and tear the hive down, and you take sticks and you tear that hive up, guess what'll happen? The first thing the bees will do is make a barrier around the queen. And then a bunch of worker bees will pick the queen up and immediately export her to the new hive location. Wherever those bees land at with the queen, every bee in the colony start forming a new hive around the queen. So the hive is built around the queen. She's the matriarch. Wherever she go, her magnetic attraction let every bee know that's where the queen at, damn it, let's go set up shop and form this hive around her. She's at the center of the hive, like the Mother Nature. Ma'at is at the center of the North Pole. We've been magnetically drawn to that center since the beginning of man. The same quest we take when we go into the womb of the woman, it's the same quest we was taking when we was getting on ships exploring the earth. The Creator always intended us to be led to where the compass is point on a physical level. So this is why a Mason is a Mason, because they call themselves traveling men. But one thing y'all miss is that Masons don't just travel physical areas, they travel the mental areas of our brains. And they ask the questions that they know you're going to ask before you ask them. And they have answers made to shape your reality. So it ain't about them just traveling in the physical parts of the plane and monopolizing them, keeping them off limits, but keeping you off those mental parts and areas of yourself and keeping you off limits from asking certain questions in your mind. All right. That's what ultimately get a Mason the power, why they say they are traveling man, because they travel the depths of the human psyche. It's deeper than just traveling physically on the earth. If they make these voyages before you make them, they can get to these places before you and reach these conclusions before you and build textbooks and rhetoric and doctrines and space programs saying, hey, we already took that trip in our mind, so we built the rockets to take the trip physically. Now you don't got to use your mind and you don't have to go to the North Pole because we already took the trip for you. You don't have to think for yourself because we thinking for you. Here go the book right here. So they hijack your third eye and hijack your connection with the Creator in all areas of residency. Space is not just dealing with physical geographics. It's more space in your mind. It's an equal amount of infinite space in your mind just it's an infinite plane we living on, and an equal amount of infinite space on the earth plane. It's infinite amount of space in your mind as well, condensed in your consciousness, but you not accessing that because, again, they got us disconnected with the cord or the serpent, the third eye.
You know what's funny? How you just said how the bees, well, really any insect for that matter, surrounds, protects, and encloses the queen, right? But when you look at a chessboard, how they pretty much playing us and the rest of the world, all the workers are actually surrounding and protecting the king. You see how like they kind of flip
Is the most
it
powerful.
to take us away from the power of a woman.
No, but
female rather.
On chess, she is the most powerful piece on the board and can be sacrificed to make sure that the king doesn't become in checkmate.
Let me speak on that because hold on, brother. We get your point. I want to build on it because you saying some good stuff, but I'm so forgetful. If I don't speak, I'll lose it. The queen is the highest piece on the board. Just because the game end when you checkmate the king means nothing. It goes back to what I keep telling y'all. There's a hidden power behind all of these male leaders, and that power is their wife. The most strongest man in the world will still sleep on a goddamn couch when he get into it with his wife. If his wife say, I don't want you to go to war with that country, goddamn it, we gonna be beefing, that man gonna do what the hell his woman say. That's why she's called the first lady. The first lady. You ever peep that? It's a hidden matriarchal aspect to government, and it goes back to the bee politics and the beehive, how all life is supported by the queen. It's a symbiotic relationship with us and the queen, or us and the earth, or the family and the matriarch, which is the woman who has the womb. All right? Now, this is deep when you look at chess, because it may seem that the king is the most powerful piece on a board to a person that don't know how to play chess. Don't you know that the whole movement of every piece on a board is dictated by where the queen is positioned? Because the queen moves like no other piece on a board. The queen can move however it want to move. The king can move in any direction, but it can only take one step at a time. The queen can move in any direction and can take as many steps as she want to, because she represent that wave, the flexible one, the serpent, the curvy one. The curve is the root word of cursive, and we use cursive writing to make our signature, because the signature is the true writing, the curve, the feminine writing that derived from the flower of life. They call it a signature or a signature, because when you sign something, you write your name in a sine wave, or the way of the serpent, the way of how sound travel, dealing with the cosmic primordial source. So to seal anything is to sign it, and you write your name and signature, because this is a divine, this curving. But to get back to what you saying, because I got off track with the writing, what I was trying to get to, we was saying something else about the chessboard. The queen is the biggest threat of all the pieces. The way she move, man, she is a big threat. Can't no other piece on the board move like the queen. Every other piece is limited in the way it move, but she's the water. She's Mama Nuwa. You know, when you speak to a baby, you say Wawa. All right? Wa is another name for chi. I meant to say another name for what's like chi energy. Wa. That's why you got the insect called the wasp, which has the wings and the stinger, and you have water, and you have wa at the root word of wave. All right, this wa root is very significant. When you flip it around, is ma. Ma is wa. She's water, because your original mama, when you making it back to your physical mama, is simply water. It's the conduit that we transition through, just like the darkness is a macrocosmic form of water, because we transition through that darkness too. you know, and it sustains us. So it's not to get off track, but the queen is the water. She's the most flexible piece on the board. And the true chess player knows that to beat your opponent is to secure his queen. This is why when they go to war, they attack the women first and the children. So you attack the women and children first, that would be the pawns and the queen, and the king is useless without his family. He's useless without his woman. It's the queen who protects this king on the board because he's limited in his move. He's limited in the way he can move on a board. He's also a threat to the whole family because once he gets checkmated, the game ends. So the true power is in the queen. She can't be checkmated and she can move how she wanna move. She can't fuck it up. Only he can. So the chess game, the chess game, mute your mic, brother. I'm finna be through in a minute. The chess game is telling you a hidden message. The woman is the hidden one. When you look at the Egyptian art, you see the pharaoh on the throne with the woman standing up behind him. And that's telling you the hidden power, because the woman is Ma'at. She creates the law, and the man is the enforcer. We enforce her law. But now that you in the world where the man creating the law, the men ain't balanced as the woman. The women act out of their heart chakra the most. So if they had a world where they was creating the law, it wouldn't be no war, because women wouldn't be sending their goddamn kids to kill each other. The inner instinct of a mama would make her conscience kick in and say, look, I don't want my child going to shoot up your child. So women work things out with reasoning in the old days, whereas man rule. You know, when you leave a daddy at home with the children, he'll make the damn two sons fight each other. My mama would leave us home with our stepdaddy. He would make me and my brothers compete. The women don't do that. The women will take all the children swimming, and she'll compliment the children who didn't catch no fish just as equally as she will with the children who caught all the fish. Why the daddy will be telling the one who didn't catch no fish, step your game up, son. Learn from your brother. Can't you see what I'm telling you? Pay attention. The daddy don't understand what the mama know. You know, the balance. So we different energies, and the balancing agent, the woman, has been proven throughout the ages to be a representation in the flesh of the primordial source. There's even more women on earth than it is men. And again, all life, man and woman, come through the portal of the womb of the woman, or the womb man. All right. So you got to keep that in mind. And I'm going to fall back on all of that.
I had this talk at work today with one of my Muslim co-workers, and you know, she's like a true Muslim with the religion that keeps herself covered up and stuff. And then one of her friends asked me, she's like, do you know why we keep covered up? I said, yeah. I said, because I know way back in maybe the medieval days or whatever.
Hold on, wait a minute, man. I don't mean to cut you off. Let me give a shout out to my brother Ed. Thank you so much for the donation, my brother Ed, 118 in the building. I'm gonna put the link out in the chat. I'm sorry about that, Javon. I want to gotta show love.
No, you good. I seen him when he made a donation. Peace to you, brother Ed.
Yeah, thank you for that donation, my brother. Much love. Come join us, Ed, on the panel. Go ahead, Javon. Sorry.
But yeah, as I was saying, like, and they asked me, she was like, you know why we cover up? I said, yeah, because way back in the, you know, the king and queen days, the medieval days, the women, if the women were very, very beautiful, they considered it to be cursed or hexed or something, because all the predators would come out there and they either be kidnapped for ransom, you know, either raped, abused, or whatever, because all the men in the region wanted their beauty, was after their beauty or whatever. So with that being said, I was like, yeah. If a king had a very, very beautiful wife, or had a very beautiful queen, or a very beautiful princess as his daughter or whatever, the only way they will make their king's army weak was if they was to do something to his wife, like kidnap his wife or his pretty daughter. kidnap the queen or the princess or whatever. I said, because if you can't, if an army went up, if one king went up against a very more powerful king, the only way he could weaken him was by taking his wife. So that's why they always kept their wives, their queens and their princesses either locked up in the castle. They never would leave. They would never could leave the castle, and they would be covered up from head to toe. So they were just, so what you said was kind of built on what I was having my discussion with my coworkers earlier. I was like, this powerful. So like the power of a woman. I mean, the woman is really, really powerful, especially when she got a strong king by her side, because the only thing that can weaken that strong king, even if that king is as strong as 30 steel walls, you know what I'm saying? The only way you can weaken that king is by doing something to his queen, or taking his queen, or taking his queen from him. That's the only way you can make a strong king weak.
Yep. The strongest king, the most strongest man on earth, was once held in the palm of his mama's hand as a seed, because she's the gardener that planted him upon this earth and raised him through childhood and grew that seed up, as well as the father. But remember that the first teacher is the mother. She teaches the baby even while it's in the womb. So shout out to my brother Ed, who's on the panel. Much love to my brother. How you doing, bro?
What's up, Ed?
Meaning that they had back then is not the same thing they have today. And they did things very.
Hey, Sassy, repeat what you were saying. Because Ed
I said the meaning that. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was saying shout out to Ed when the sister finished. Then yeah, Ed, I want to hear your bill. Go ahead, my sister Sassy. I'm sorry.
No, I don't want to interrupt. I didn't realize. I thought he was just saying hi.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought he was gonna say something. I wasn't sure. But we waiting on you ladies first. I'm always interested to hear what you got to say, myself, sister.
I was just gonna say that in that culture, the meaning that they have now is not the meaning that they had back then. And it's more so now about concealing the flesh and suppressing the woman's natural beauty. They see it as a way to control and suppress a woman and to keep them pure in a sense. But if you really think about it, they're not clothed like that when they're having sex and reproducing and things like that. Is just a cultural thing, because as you know, we're not that way here in the States unless you practice a religion. And I see that as well with Hebrew Israelites and those type of Abrahamic law keepers, is they have a misinterpretation of what veiling is. According to the scriptures that that are written, they don't really follow, because if you look at it says a woman's hair is her covering, but if she's teaching, then she should have her head covered, meaning she should not be without hair, or that she should have something on her that donates her purity and that she's teaching. Not that she should be carrying on wearing full garb 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, like they mean to do now. So there's a lot of misinterpretation and information around that, and people use it, these religious rites, to suppress people, because they beat women for not doing that, for showing too much skin. And I'm like, when she's birthing and things like that, or she's mating with her mate, she's not clothed. I mean, it's crazy nowadays what they do to suppress the woman's power.
That's right.
I was telling my cousin something while you were saying that, and the sister was building on something real deep. That's so deep how they do to suppress the woman's power. Part of them was to actually dictate what she do with her body, her sex, and it. When man monopolize and he get all of this control and even dictates the woman's body, you got to think about it. You live in a world today where man create the beauty product for the woman. You know what I'm saying? Well, in the original world, the women had control over the earth based upon how they got control over the animal world. The male species will do whatever, all right, for that woman. Look at the animal world. And she was able to write the law in the world based on that control, what she got between her legs, based on how she's able to control these world leaders who you think got the control, but it's the matriarch. This is deep stuff because what you see in the Middle East and the whole desecration of the woman. Oh, Spring, sister, go ahead and speak whenever you get ready. Cut me off.
Oh, no, I wasn't trying to cut you off.
No,
I'm
I
sorry.
want you to,
Somebody
because
just came in. And I was just saying hi.
Yeah, I go on and on. I love this stuff,
No, you were
man.
sounding good, brother. Beautiful, beautiful. And thank you so much. Go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you okay. You just
Man,
fine.
we love it. Go ahead.
No, I basically, y'all know what I mean, that the desecration of the woman is what helped hide this knowledge and take her powers away. But yeah, I'm gonna fall back a minute and let other people build. What's up, Ed?
Oh, that's right. I think Ed was trying to build. Is he on his break or something? I think he was trying to build.
Ed was in a full sprint. He almost gave me a heart attack. I'm like, what's going on, brother? What happened? He just trying to catch the train. Oh my goodness.
That's what's up, brother. Did he catch it?
Cause you know, when you see one of us running, it's like, okay, we running. We ain't asking no questions. We just take off. We're worried about what happened when we get there. Ed was in a total full sprint. I was running with him too. In my mind, I was like,
oh man,
go as fast.
Catch the train.
I'm glad he caught it. Yes, he would have been saying, I missed the bus. Oh, I missed the bus. Hey, what's up?
I was just thinking that too. I was just thinking of this time. They bring back memories.
Hey, Jason, what's up, my brother? What's good? Welcome to the panel. How you doing?
Oh, I missed the bus.
Hey, Jason, cut off your YouTube video because you're on a panel now. You don't have to watch the show. You're a part of it now. So go ahead and mute your YouTube video. And how you doing today? Talk to us, brother. Welcome to the panel. He's still waiting on that to catch up with him because it's a little latency. He listening through the TV and not through the panel, Mike.
I'm just blessed to be here.
Oh, hey, what's up, my brother? Sorry about that. How you doing? Let me cut you up some. Okay, cool. There you go. Yeah, how you doing, Jason? Okay. Sometimes people come on a panel, and I guess it catch them off guard or something. But shout out to the brother Jason. We was glad to have you, man, come up here and just speak. I see the brother Saquon is with us too. What's up, my brother Saquon? Glad to have you back.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Man, what you got? I want to hear what you got to say about a summary of everything that's been spoken thus far. Which basically give me your insight on it all.
I mean, I just thank you so much, brother Sanchez, for really like opening up the doors to put me back into, balance with, with me understanding that I need to go back to family and really trace my roots to see which way I need to go. I mean, everything that you said today and everybody that talked today, they pretty much get the pretty gist of what I've been trying to, install into a lot of people, especially my family, my friends. And I just want them to understand that we got to think outside the box. We have the knowledge, but are we implementing the knowledge? Are we actually doing it every day? Are we trying to, change the world versus saying we're going to change the world?
Well, listen, One thing I want you to do, because this goes back into what I'm teaching the self, you got to start speaking in third person, and we got to stop speaking as a collective. They have conditioned us to be stagnant by saying stuff like, are we going to do this and are we going to do that? In order to speak to the we, you got to speak to the I. And it's no we without the I. So what happens is you end up with a bunch of people standing around looking at each other stupid saying, man, when we gonna take a step? Instead of you both being individual movers and pushers and advancing your own spiritual health, mental health, physical health, which would be a benefit to the whole and the earth. You're no benefit if you're not progressing as an individual. We won't progress as a collective. We will only see that happens as a collective based on us acting as individuals. There's a fragmented way to make stuff happen in reality. So just like every war is made up of battles, every destination is made up of taking steps, and every collective effort is made up a union of individual efforts. And for so long in these different communities, we speak as a collective but make no moves as an individual. And basically the dialogue begins to disconnect you from the one who would, one person can change a whole community. So that says a lot, the fact that you got thousands of people saying when this gonna happen. And I just told you throughout history, one person made big things happen, like Marcus Garvey. He didn't say what was we gonna do. He said what I'm gonna do. And one person had the minds of millions. He had an army. So what's gonna happen in the community gonna happen when all us stop getting out of this crowd and say what we gonna do and apply the stuff that I'm saying in these videos to bring individual balance, individual intuition, and it'll show what you gonna do. Cause you ain't doing nothing that's helping the whole if you stand there with the whole saying what we gonna do. It's like a bunch of builders standing around a house discussing the shape of the building that they never lifted one brick to start building yet. They've been standing around this foundation for years talking about how fire this building gonna look, man. When we gonna build it? When we gonna lay these bricks? When we gonna start on these walls? 10 years in the past, and they so excited about talking about when we gonna do it that they don't give a fuck about doing it, cause just saying when we gonna do this have gotten people so much kudos. You know what I'm saying? The dialogue the whole dialogue, the questions we ask are more important than the answers we get. So when we ask questions like what we gonna do, we never do nothing, because you never do nothing. He never do nothing. She never do nothing but stand around and say what we gonna do. And by saying that, that occupies you. It creates a redundant dialogue of what we gonna do. So every video you see is another person saying what we gonna do in a different way. You know?
Absolutely right.
Every video is the same story, man. What we gonna do? What we gonna do? What we gonna do, but in different ways. And the solution is right in front of your face. Michael Jackson told you, the man in the mirror. Michael Jackson said the man in the mirror, but if you look at that video, he had world events taking place in the video. Michael Jackson did not address the collective. Michael Jackson, hold on, man. Jason, brother, keep your mic muted until you want to speak, brother. You people who get on the panel just to tune in, at least keep your mic muted. But Michael Jackson was telling us something very deep. Michael Jackson was aware of this string theory, what I'm teaching y'all. He made the video dealing with symbolism and sound. He did not, one, address the whole in the title or hook of the song. He never said what we gonna do. Michael addressed the collective by speaking to the individual, and that's the science of the magician. You address the collective by speaking to the individual. You never speak out at a crowd why y'all messing up. You at least say why we messing up and include yourself as the whole, or say address the crowd as the individual, because you're speaking to the soul of each person, and by doing that it'll make the collective move. So Michael addressed the man in the mirror, but he showed you the overall result. When you look at the video, he showed you world events as a collective, but he addressed the man in the mirror, showing you how the microcosm was affecting the macrocosm. That's what we gotta do.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. You know, I'm starting with the man in the mirror.
You
I'm
know
letting
why?
him change his ways.
You know why Michael
Yeah.
said that and why I start with the man in the mirror? Because by us failing to do that, today we got a bunch of conscious communities that go harder on critiquing the whole as they do they self. They holding the group and collective of the people to a higher standard than they holding they self. They hypocrites. They going so hard on y'all, but they doing shit in their individual life that's just as worse. So they getting by, they getting a pass because they playing the music that you want to hear. If everybody keep talking about the whole becomes a scapegoat to where the individual don't want to make no moves because he just get to blame it on the whole now. So the whole becomes a personal entity or a deity that we blame all the fuckery on, like the devil. So the person who ain't making moves in their life say cause black people instead of cause I'm not doing it. Or they blame the whole collective of white people to explain why themselves ain't making change. So it starts with the man in the mirror. And
Exactly. And people look in the mirror all the time and don't even start with themselves. You look in the mirror when you brush your teeth, when you comb your hair, when you wash your face, when you drive in your car. I'm looking in my mirrors all the time, constantly, every 2-3 seconds when I'm driving my car. You know what I'm saying? So, but people look in the mirror all the time and don't even start with themselves. I'm like, you looking right at the freaking answer, right in your, literally in your face.
And you so right. That's why all of these conscious communities can preach the dialogue, but no actions happen because the person that's talking it ain't living what they saying. They showing up selling tickets to speak to a collective when the idea of unity is false. The unity only exists on a YouTube station, not in the hearts of the individuals. They don't share the same collective goal inside of their hearts. They just there for a pep rally. So what happens is the dialogue get exalted above the action that the dialogue supposed to manifest. So we get caught up in the 2 + 2 instead of the sum of 2, which is 4, which is the foundation. We get caught up into the polarity, the different problems that keeps us running in circles, and we build a dialogue around that instead of getting to the point, which is the solution. So this is deep stuff because it explains why these teachers don't want the problem to go away because they capitalizing off of it.
That's right. That's right. They sure are.
I got a short story for that. I don't know if you guys remember the vacuum called Kirby. Anybody familiar with that?
I'm not familiar with it. Go ahead.
Okay, so there was a vacuum called Kirby, and it they have it a lot out here in Virginia, Maryland, and they have these people like say for instance if you're a convicted felon or something like that, you could work this job, or they allow you to work these type of jobs, but you're like have to be a people's person. And how it worked was they will only pay you a proportion of whatever you sold the vacuum for. So the person that owned the company was taking all the money, giving you peanuts pretty much for the vacuums. So you were going in the houses pretty much, you know, charming the people, using your people's skills to actually make them money. So it came me to realize that the person that I was living with was working for these people, and it just dawned on me. He said he's from New York. Red flag number one. I'm from New York, so, you know, I don't really trust, you know, everybody gets a grain of salt with me when it comes down to that. So it just goes to prove to show that they was having these pep rallies and they were throwing $100 bills, giving out gifts, pretty much giving them the money that they worked hard for. as like a competition against one another, to fight against one another to get something better. And they were having like these little goals. So now I'm paying attention and I'm watching, I'm studying. I studied how they studied these people and how they work, so that way they can make money off of them and don't have to do any work at all, but just watch them do what they're doing.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And when you break down the word dollar, the root word of dollar is doll, and they pretty much, that's all they doing with us, just dolling us around, treating us like toys in this meaningless speck of dust. But they throw money at us to make us clinch on to something that has meaning that has no meaning at all.
Man, you so right with that doll and that dollar, and the money is feminine. That's why the root word of it is mun, dealing with moon, because money circulates like a serpent from hand to hand. And it's so deep because it's called currency, it's energy. When we know that the woman was the true currency, or the matriarch, she what starts the tribe. Remember that root word trinity. You know, when you say words like triumph, that's dealing with victory, triumphant, to triumph. And the root word of triumph is also try. And we can't triumph without our women. That's how we get the victory. So this is deep stuff, because, man, when you talk about this currency, this money, it became the new woman that we worship. So even the man and woman, before they connect physically, mentally, and spiritually, they go through this thing called money. So most of the time in this culture, when you meet a woman or she meet a man, they have the discussion of finance before they go to certain areas of their relationship. And we know that finance is the number one cause of divorce. So money dictates the way we connect between male and female, because it's that, again, the way they divided us, New World Order, it's the new law. The law left the Old Testament, that was the law of Ma'at, all right, the one written in stone, the one written in the family line, because she's the entire tree. When you think of a tree, the roots and the roots of the roots and the trunk and the branches, she the trunk. She's the connection between the child and the basically the past and the future. All right, so it all comes from
the umbilical cord, basically.
Exactly. That's why a couple of years back, when we got married a few years ago, you used to have the woman's last name. Back in the ancient day, when you got married, you had the woman's last name. She has the true lineage. That's why they say father's maybe, mother's baby. But hey, let me say shout out to Cody Greer, man. The brother sent the donation and he said, I love your work. Hey, I love you, my brother. Thank you so much for that donation. All right, because again, it's you guys who I'm employed by. So this is
appreciate that, Cody. Flat power.
Yeah, flat power, Cody. We're gonna keep doing it, man, because and learning how to having command over this information and learning how to speak it eloquently is a form of magic. It's a form of me. What I'm gonna teach y'all right now, I don't want to make y'all scared or nothing, but what I do is actually a form of magnetism. So when you think of how all the energy is drawn to the center, I've done this my whole life. For example, if you think of, and this is not me going in my ego, it is me giving you inspiration, giving you my story. When I was young, I was sitting at an empty table in the cafeteria, and when I would just start looking at my raps and rapping them to myself, half of the cafeteria, more than half, would be surrounded at my table, hearing me doing what I'm doing, because I magnetically attracted them to myself. Once they find out my talent, I sat at an empty table knowing they would come to hear what I'm saying. It's like making you the center of the attention. Instead of me sitting at the full table, I would sit at the empty one knowing they would all come around me. So what's happened is that's what's happening at the North Pole. That's what's happening, how the woman draw the man to her vagina. This science of magnetism is something I want to give you all. It's when you go within yourself and perfect something about yourself that would draw others to you. And by doing that, you will help them perfect themselves. So what happens when I start speaking is people would crowd around. For example, in the ancient day before the computer, when the griots or when the person that was giving the message spoke, everybody formed the 360 around them, and the magnetic energy based on that wisdom, that portal of information. So we see this law of magnetism acting out, man, in all ways. We form a sphere. When you say sphere, it's the root word of saying cipher. The cipher is the sphere. When you in the rap world, they say, man, let's have a cipher. What they do, they make a circle and they pass that mic around. So we used to have ciphers, but today you have a bunch of people sitting at the bottom with the preacher at the top dictating you your spirituality in a leader-following type setting. The lesson never ciphers back around because the student and teacher is the yin and the yang. The student is the student because he constantly studies. Student study. Teacher teaches. When you study, you're going to teach as you go. And the more you teach, the more you study, the more you study, the more you teach. And this is the fountain of life, yin and yang, student, teacher. That's different than follow a leader. So all of this stuff is deep, man, how they got us lost today.
And when you look at pastor past, he basically just teaches what happens in the past. He ain't telling you nothing what's going to benefit your future.
Well, they tell you that Jesus is the good shepherd. So that's the shepherd. Then you got the pastor, which is the grass. He's there because he gives the message of the shepherd. Think about it. The pastor is, if you actually do the etymology of the word pastor, it literally means like grass, a pasture of grass. And the congregation is the sheep because Jesus is the shepherd. Now we know sheep aren't the smartest animals on the earth, and you don't want to be called a sheeple. But if your leader is the good shepherd and you have a pastor, see the pastor he speaks the message of that good shepherd, which is Christ, and he keeps the sheep grazing every Sunday on this grass, but they're not really getting fed. It's a drug. It really benefits the sheep. Yeah. It don't benefit the flock. It don't benefit the flock of sheep. It just keep them grazing, and it benefit the shepherd and the pastor. All right.
Like the Bible said that the sheep knows its master by his voice, by the sound of his voice. But like you said, they really ain't the brightest mammals on the plane, but at the same time they know the voice of their master. So basically your master can just tell you anything, you'll recognize his voice and do it without questioning.
Yep. Yeah.
As far as knowledge,
not being.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
What he was talking about, Brother Sanchez was talking about earlier about knowledge. Knowledge is power, and they say this because it's transferable. If it's non-transferable, it's a negative, and it's gonna count against you because the ideal is to always be moving towards the positive and gaining. And the first teacher is a woman. When the child is in the womb, she's the first one to have interaction with that new spirit that's coming into the world. And once that child is, she sings to the child, she names the child, she nourishes the child the whole time. So the first multiplier of knowledge is the woman. And the first teacher of any human being is a woman. So then she births that child out of that darkness and continues to teach that child. She teaches the child how to go potty, what pain is. She teaches that child what happiness is, how to tie its shoe, how to learn other things. And she transfers that power onto that child, and that child then transfers its knowledge within its little bitty circle. Maybe it has siblings. And so they have a little collective knowledge. And then as they grow and they go to school, they find out about other knowledge. And so they share that knowledge between each other, and it keeps on expanding. And that has been lost in a cultural sense because of the usurping of the female power as being seen. It was so powerful to me in my perspective to men that they then began to conceal it to keep it others from obtaining that power. And so it kind of like quenched it in a sense. And we're now trying to bring that back. But most male energy fights that because they see it as they don't understand that role of protection versus being subjugated, being to subject one's to bring under one's heel in a slave sense. So when that's done, you have that disconnect, and so that knowledge and that power that they have collectively together then dissipates, and that's the breakdown that we're dealing with in this age on so many different levels. And if we could start to recognize that and start to bring that back into balance, not that you have to concede to one another, but to have the understanding that one without the other equals nothing.
Yep.
That's right.
That's right.
Absolutely.
You know what? I got to get out of here, guys. But I'm going to tell you, ain't no other way, better way to leave than with the sisters taking us out since we dealing with the women. I just want to say shout out to both of you sisters, Sister Sassy and Sister Spring Lewis, for joining us on this panel. And make sure y'all subscribe to Sister Sassy because she deals with gardening. And I think that's symbolic because we talk about gardening that go back to the heart chakra, that green chakra, the green thumb. Women had the first green thumb. So just the fact that you see that women take up subjects such as gardening show you that they've fallen into them original roles, because I don't know if the sister even was conscious the fact that this is the original role of women. This is how we left the garden, by getting on a meat-based diets. So yeah, all of this stuff is deep stuff, man. I think we at the beginning of the shifting of the matrix, if you ask me. And man, I really got much love for all of y'all. I love to exchange thoughts with y'all because y'all lead me into new areas of research. So man, again, shout out to all of y'all. And let me say this again before I get out of here. I can't do it without all of y'all. So flat power, man, whatever I can do to support each and every last one of y'all, make sure you email me.
Flat power, man. Because of you, we do the same research, man. Like I said, we don't have no followers and leaders in Flat Earth. We have nothing but teachers and students. We learn from each other. We learn from each other and we teach each other whatever knowledge that comes to mind. Y'all be the first people I've informed on it, you know.
Do that, Javon. That was the realest thing I heard from you tonight, brother.
There you go. I'm telling you.
You I really appreciate everything you're doing, Brother Sanchez.
Hey, let me say much love to you, my brother Jason. I'm glad for you to join me on this panel. And I hope you continue to join me, man. You welcome anytime, my brother. Man, I don't want to shut it down. It feel like it's something else I want to say. It's been so much. But y'all, let me tell you, man, all of this stuff that I'm putting out here for y'all, and it's stuff y'all already know. That's why it's so easy for you to be like, oh, shit, yeah. Because it's just revealing to you what you already knew. That's what the brother said. We students and teachers of each other. All of y'all my teacher too, because I wouldn't get none of these answers if y'all didn't give me the questions. Think about that. See, that's how we get something that they ain't got. All of this stuff I've been talking about lately about the serpent and the third eye, I wouldn't be talking about it if it wasn't a result of a lot of the questions I've been getting and stuff. I wouldn't even know what to look into it. I didn't know what I knew. So it's just deep, man. It's just crazy, you know. Being humble is the first step of it. All of us humble. So, yo, man, let me let y'all get
I
up.
wouldn't have found them. I
Go
wouldn't
ahead.
have found the thing about the dollar and the dollar if Saquon hadn't mentioned the dollar, what they doing to the dollar, and then that's when I got the thought. I was like, you know what, they are playing this round like dollars, like money. That's why they throw it at us, because they throw it in our face. They throw it in our face, and we ain't even supposed to get the connection, but they put it in our face every time.
Yeah. Money is moon. It's linked to the moon because it controls us, whereas the female used to be the first currency, the most valuable asset to the tribe or the trinity. All right, she's the portal that keeps the trinity perpetuating. So it's deep stuff. I'm glad you brought up money before we closed out, because I knew it was something I wanted to say. You know how they tell us we came from monkeys? The word monkey is moon key. And the monkey that they tell us that we come from was Lucifer, dealing with this Trinitarian divine feminine. So it's a way of them hiding it, saying monkeys, but monkey is moon key. And what we're talking about is the Ankh. The Ankh is the keyhole and the key. The door is the Trinity, which is the womb. She's the gateway. The keyhole and the key is the 0 and the 1, but the sum of it is the door itself. That's that plane. That's the straight part, right? Because that's the earth. The earth is the gateway in and out of these realities, and you travel through your mother's door or gateway, which is the womb, a miniature earth, a portal. She's the glue. This is deep stuff.
Even with Lucy, you break Lucy down. Lu is the beginning and the root word of luminosity. It's the root word of luminate. It's the root word of loom, like in of, and then to see as in you see, like she brings you into light. I call it spell casting, because that's what we do when we use words. So what they're trying to get you to see is the light of the beginning, you know, with Lu and then see. Luna being the moon, like you said.
Yep. You so right. Sound is the beginning process of physical creation. Just like the darkness had to speak before we saw the physical light. The sister dead on. That's the Trinitarian aspect. So what we say manifests. Where they say you can speak things into existence, or you can speak negativity in your life, and start with the sound, but you speak it first in silence in your mind. And the sound is the boomerang or the wave. What you spit out comes back to you. Man, this has been so awesome. Wouldn't have been this good without y'all. I want to say something about that monkey, the moon key. The quest is what we come from. This whole journey of asking these questions. The keyhole is the question, the vagina. It's a magnetic attraction. Man has always asked questions and been attracted to the quest. That's the representative of the womb. And the key, which penetrates that hole, unlocks the door, which is the Trinitarian aspect, which weaves this whole thing into existence. Question, answer, and then I'm going to say question, answer, yin, yang. And then in between all of it is an equal sign or a serpent, which is the balance. So, you know,
and within her door lies the walls that protects everything, that keeps everything enclosed, right?
Hey man, I can go with that too, brother. I can go with that. I'll even give you another one before I go. When we talk about the waters above and the waters below, it goes back into the shape of the sperm, which is the true shape of the soul. You're really the shape of a Nagini, or like they show you with the ghost with the sheet on, dragging the tail. That's how we all shape. We go back to that little wave looking serpent shape, because that's what energy shaped like, just wave. That subtle energy is darkness. But anyway, saying that to say that we come from the moon key. We keep coming here because of our quest, our curiosity. It didn't kill the cat. It keep making the cat become reborn. So you got 9 lives, but 9 ain't a number. It's just a spiral, meaning you got infinity lives. 9 is a spiral. So you the cat that keep coming here out of curiosity based on your magnetic attraction to that curvy question mark, which is the woman. So every answer is a new beginning leading to another question. That's string theory. But the thing about it is, before we get out of here, hold on. Yeah, I just want to say this. The Genesis is the Nagini. Remember, the Nagini is the serpent person. And that Nagini, that serpent person, became to be the genie in the Middle East, or the Middle Eastern culture, the genie in the bottle. The mythological creature called a genie is really the Nagini. His lamp is the serpent tail of the original Naginis, where they stole the concept from to create their genie. But the Nagini, the genie, this is the Genesis. This is the jinn, or the one that they speak of, this spiritual creature that wheels itself in and out of creation. That's us. We're the genie. And when you rub the lamp, that means when you close your eyes and interpret your reality through the third eye, because the genie lives in the lamp. The genie lives in darkness. The genie is the serpent, what inside of the lamp. And when you rub it, that means you balance in the scales. You shape your reality in that darkness in the lamp, and it grants your wishes. That third eye mirrors what you interpret your reality as. And that's ultimately, like I said, we see from within with that third eye, that inner genie, or the Nagini, the serpent. So I'm going to leave y'all with that, man. I'm going to leave y'all with that. And I'm going to say again, peace and much love and flat power to all of y'all.
Yeah, peace out, Brother Sanchez.
Flat power, man. We love you, brother.
Flat power. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hey, you guys are so welcome. I'll see y'all maybe tomorrow. Much love.